Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Welcome. Please come in, come in. Sit in the front if you are just coming in. Please don't be shy. Please come to the front. Sit down here. The more people who sit in the front, the more people who will come and help fill in the empty seats behind. And that will be much nicer for the speakers. So please come and sit in the front. Okay. So good morning. Subah khair. Welcome. My name is David Pugh. I'm an instructional assistant professor in AI here at KAUST. I'm also the director of the SDAIA-KAUST AI Center of Excellence, which is a multi-year partnership between the Saudi Data and AI Authority and KAUST to help identify problems in the kingdom that are both high impact, can have a high impact on the kingdom, that can be solved with KAUST teaching and research expertise in AI. So today I would like to welcome you to the Unlocking the Power of ChatGPT at KAUST, which is an event that the SDAIA-KAUST AI Center has co-organized with the KAUST Artificial Intelligence Initiative, KAUST Smart, KAUST IT, and we've had quite a lot of help and technical expertise from Microsoft along the way, as well as a nice amount of sponsorship from other entities around KAUST, and you'll hear more about that later. Okay. So now I would like to ask the KAUST Provost, Larry Karen, to come and say a few words just to help open up the workshop. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you so much, David, and welcome to everybody. So it's a pleasure to say a few words about this meeting and about the topic. So this is an amazing moment in the field of AI. If you read the popular press, there is discussion that we may have reached what is called the singularity, which has many meanings, but one of which is that AI achieves a level of performance comparable to a human. This is also sometimes called the Turing test. So I've worked on AI for multiple decades, so I wanted to say a few words about that and also about GPT. So first of all, for people who are new to this, new to AI and new to language models, large language models, you would be excused if you were to think that this field of natural language processing started 6 months ago or a year ago. By reading what you see, you could think that this just happened, just recently. But actually, the technology on which these large language models are based dates to the 1960s. The 1960s, over 60 years ago. And it has been a very, very long journey and oftentimes lonely journey from the late 1950s and 1960s to where we are today. So I want to say a few words about that, and then I also want to talk a little bit about language models themselves. So neural networks truly date to the 1960s, actually the late 1950s. And over the many decades from that time, there have been many moments of optimism and excitement associated with neural networks, and then almost always followed by extended periods of despair. Despair in that these methods will never work, and they're just not good. And so over the decades, people developed other methods, not neural networks, because neural networks in practice did not work. And over the many decades, there are what people in the field call the seasons of neural networks, the seasons. And so what that means is that there were periods of time where there was tremendous optimism that the issues associated with neural networks had finally been solved and were now ready to really make an impact in the real world. Those were the springs and summers of neural networks. And invariably, after the spring or summer, when the neural networks were put out into the real world and applied to real problems, they failed miserably. And so then the field went into fall and winter. And the field of neural networks over the last 60 years or so has gone through 3 or 4 cycles of spring, summer optimism, and then deep despair, winter. In the late 1990s, in the early 2000s, we had gone through several cycles, and we were in the deepest winter of neural networks of all. A winter that some people felt that we would never come out of. We would be permanently in winter. And so the question always was, why do neural networks sometimes work well, but then when thrown out into the real world, they invariably failed? So there were 3 possible reasons. One reason was, or possibly, that neural networks were fundamentally flawed, fundamentally just do not work. And in fact, there were many people who believed that. But another possibility was that they do work, but they need massive quantities of data to train them well. And then the other thing, the third item, is you need massive computation. If you're going to use a lot of data, you need a lot of computation. And so the question always was, are these neural networks fundamentally just poorly designed, or we just don't have enough data and we don't have enough compute? And up until around 2000, it was not possible to answer that question because we simply did not have enough data or enough compute. And so what changed that were these. So with the iPhone and other digital technology, for the first time, data was digitized at scales that were never done before. For example, every book that has ever been written is now in digital form. Every magazine, every newspaper, every internet site is digital. So all of a sudden, we have a lot of digital data. And then secondly, with the graphical processor unit, GPU, we have significant compute. And so now, around 2010, after 50 years of series of springs and winters, there was an opportunity to actually answer the question. Are these neural networks fundamentally flawed, or if you throw enough data at them and if you have enough compute, they will actually work? Now the problem was, at that time, before 2010, the winter of neural networks was so deep, if you actually said the word neural network, you would be laughed out of the room. In other words, they had gone through so many cycles that the non-neural network people had enough of these neural networks. It's like, oh, you guys are back, right? We've heard about you guys. So what they had to do, you might ask yourself, why is this field called deep learning? You might have also heard that term, deep learning. Well, the deal was they had to come up with a new name because they couldn't say neural networks, because if they said neural networks, they'd be laughed out of the room. So they said, we're going to do deep learning. Well, that sounds kind of cool. Deep learning is cool. It took a little while for people to realize that actually they were just doing neural networks. But for people who did not know the history, they didn't really understand that. And so when you took this massive quantity of data, which if you think about that, every book ever written in every language, that's mind-boggling, right? Every magazine, every newspaper ever written, available in digital form. If you take that data and you apply it with a GPU, and by the way, if you spend $10 or $20 million, it's very expensive, and it's costly, and it's also very energy intensive, by the way. But nevertheless, if you do that, people wanted to ask the question, how well would it work? And so this is what OpenAI did with Microsoft. And they developed the GPT. And they've had GPT 1, 2, 3, 4. They have the ChatGPT. And I can tell you, somebody who's been in the field, that nobody could have predicted how well these models work. In other words, we've gone from complete despair to a situation where you could not even say neural network without being laughed at, to a completely diametrically opposite perspective now, where the models work far, far, far better than anyone had the right to hope for. So this is an extraordinary moment. You know, people have asked the question, is the GPT, is it an iPhone moment? People have asked the question, is it an iPhone moment? And the idea is, you know, there's a before the iPhone and after the iPhone, and it was that transformative. And people have said, you know, that I respect, that no, it's not an iPhone moment. It's an internet moment. This is an invention of the internet type of a moment, and I believe that. So, so this is an extraordinary moment, and so the question is, how is this technology going to be used in our lives? And there's no question that it will be, but we're at the very beginning. You know, I remember whenever these things came out, and they had a camera on them, and I remember, like, why do we need a camera? Like, what's the purpose of a camera, right? Now you couldn't imagine these things without a camera, right? So, so the answer about how the GPT will be used in the ChatGPT, that's what we need to answer, and that's what this conference is gonna spend some time thinking about. Now, the last thing I just want to say is this: as the provost at KAUST, you deal with a lot of human issues, a lot of interpersonal issues, and this is not unique to KAUST. It's just anybody who's in like a role like provost. You see the full complexity of human beings, and human beings, there's nothing more complex on the face of the earth than human beings. But if you think about like people, what it makes people unique in some sense, it's our ability to communicate. It's our ability to use language to express ideas. This is what makes humans different than virtually all other animals. Certainly the sophistication of human language. And so people ask the question, like when we say artificial intelligence, you know, AI, like decades ago, the concept of artificial intelligence was just a term, but nobody could really think a machine could actually have intelligence. But if you ask, what is intelligence? If you meet somebody and you tell your friend, hey, I met person X, and they're very intelligent. But what do you mean by that? Well, you probably mean that they're very good at communicating, at expressing ideas in language. In some sense, that is the essence of intelligence. And so I will say to you that when I look at what GPT or ChatGPT can do, it is mind-boggling. And if it isn't, I don't know exactly what it is. Is it intelligence? Is it artificial intelligence? I don't know. But what I do know is it's amazing, right? You could ask GPT, you know this, by the way. You can pick your favorite poet, and you could say, GPT, write a poem that describes the KAUST GPT workshop in poetry by that person in 100 lines. And it can do it. And it can do it really well. And so this is extraordinary technology. This is an extraordinary moment. And I think that this workshop conference is highly timely. So I hope everybody has a good time and learn some things. I want to thank David Pugh and the rest of the crew for putting this on, and all of the sponsors who helped make it happen. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Larry. So now I would like to invite Walid Fahmy and the KAUST Smart team to come up and take over for the next presentation.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Good morning, everyone. And thank you for joining us today. 6 months ago, on one day exactly, ChatGPT was first released to the market. Oh, guys, I'm sorry. I need to take that one. Can you hold on with me? Hey, Juan, how are you doing?
Hey, Walid, listen, man.
What? I'm on stage.
The whole file is gone, man. I have a meeting in 30 minutes. I'm in trouble, man.
What file? I can't get it. Hold on. What do you mean?
I need your help, man. For the last 2 days, I've been planning a marketing campaign for KAUST. I don't know what happened, man, but the file is lost. And I should demonstrate it in 30 minutes. Do something, man.
I'm on stage. Well, let me see what I can do. Okay, give me a minute. Bye.
Thank you, man.
Okay, guys. So I know this is a little bit awkward, but I gotta do this. Give me a couple of minutes. But you know what? This has been an interesting experience. Why don't you hop on with me and see what can we do to Juan? All right. So he wants to create a marketing campaign, and I have no clue about marketing. So let me start with this. I prepared something here. I hope you can see my screen. Does everybody see my screen, what I'm typing? Can you see it right there? All right. So what I'm going to do is here, I'm going to create a marketing ChatGPT consultant. I'm going to name it Marketa. I love that lady, by the way. So here it is. Your name is Marketa, and you're my marketing consultant, and I need to plan a marketing campaign for KAUST. And I need to tell ChatGPT what KAUST is. So let's see what ChatGPT is going to tell me. Of course, the first step about a marketing campaign would be the ideal audience. But for some reason, ChatGPT is not talking to me. Maybe it's jealous from Marketa, I don't know. Something is completely off. Let me try that again. And as you see, technology is sparking today. I guess me and Juan need someone to help, right? There we go. So based on that, I only told ChatGPT 2 things. You're my marketing consultant, and I told her, or Marketa, what KAUST is. And based on that, it gave me like amazing 6 types of target audience I can do marketing to. So I'll just take the first one. Awesome. Let's take the first type. And right now it's telling me high level, what should I be doing? And I guess this is not what Juan wants. He needs a detailed thing to deliver in his 30 minutes after meeting today. So I'm going to stop that and start going for message crafting. Let's move to message. development. Marketa, please craft 3 campaigns for my target audience. And as you see, it's starting to create campaigns, literally, with the title, message, key elements, and everything. But I don't like that. It's very plain, straightforward. And I would wonder, how would Steve Jobs put those campaigns? Nice. Rewrite the campaigns. And Steve Jobs. Tone of voice. Imagine the boundless potential at KAUST versus earlier what she said is, just unlock a world of possibilities at KAUST. I like that. So we have around, still going on. Ignite your potential to shape the future with KAUST. Embrace a global journey of discovery with KAUST. I'll take the second one. What do you think? So let's start doing some social campaigns. Can you please use the second campaign and create 3 social media posts. Wow. I'm getting everything from the image description to the caption and even the hashtags. What else is missing from the marketing campaigns? Success KPIs, I would say. What about successful KPIs? I'm screwing out with the language here. Whatever, she will get it. Marketa is an expert. Show me good numbers and bad numbers for such KPIs. Please. Now, I don't need all those descriptions. Just put the numbers in a table format. There we go. Any more KPIs to add? Oh, there was a lot. Awesome. I guess that's it, right? Let's call Juan and save the day. Actually, that was better than my speech that I prepared. Hey, Juan.
Hey, Walid. Tell me you're going to be able to do it, man. Please, I'm desperate.
I'm not going to do it.
What do you mean, man? I mean, don't do that now, man.
Well, I've already done it. I've already done it, man.
What?
Yep. Check your email. I'm going to copy and paste that in your email. Good luck, man, with your meeting.
Thank you so much, mate. You saved my day.
Anytime, man. There you go. And as you see, we have saved Juan's day And we have used ChatGPT to create a marketing campaign from me, who has nothing to do with marketing. Now, at least I know what marketing campaigns contains, like message crafting and all that stuff. But anyway, thank you for joining me on this very short trip on using ChatGPT, but the show is not done yet. Let us give it to Abdullah and Dalia, who's going to take you to another wonderful tour today. Abdullah and Dalia, please welcome stage.
Thank you, Walid.
Sure.
Awesome. Thank you, Walid, for doing this. And
Let me take my phone.
okay, awesome. Thank you, Walid, for helping our friend Juan and Marqueta as well in his short notice struggle and in his upcoming meeting. And now, what do you think?
What do you think, Abdullah, if we take the audience perspective on this technology?
It would be actually awesome, as I'm curious to get to know everyone's opinion and to get to know you more about what do you think about this technology today. So, please, ladies and gentlemen, scan the QR code and click that thumbs up button that will show up, and just to get to know that you guys are in.
Many people are signing in.
Yeah.
Come on, we need more likes.
All right, we'll stop at 100 or 95. What do you think? Oh,
300.
all right, 300.
Some people are still signing in.
Okay. Okay. Shall we?
Yeah. Okay, so let's start with the first question. Are you familiar with the large language model technology? Yes, I'm familiar, or I'm not sure, or no, I'm not familiar.
We got a lot of people who don't even know what's an LLM is, Dalia. Okay. We'll go to the second question. Are you familiar with ChatGPT? Okay.
I guess many people are familiar with ChatGPT.
Yeah. So for the people who are actually chosen, I'm not sure, or that they don't know, ChatGPT. ChatGPT is actually a use case and a tool that is actually from the LLM, which is the large language model. So it is only one tool that is known, and there are so many others that will hopefully will be explored soon.
Question number 3. Do you believe ChatGPT is a hype or a tangible reality? It's a hype, it has very limited application today, or I'm not sure, or it's a transformative reality with significant implications.
Okay.
I guess our audience are satisfied.
Okay. So question number 4, in your opinion, what are some use cases do you think will be beneficial for, or that could be used through ChatGPT? We have some examples in here, customer support and content generation. It could be one example. Other example, as Walid was showing us earlier. So let's see what do you think regarding this? Sorry, just give me 1 second. Enter. It's not. Yeah, unfortunately, I'm trying to show up all the answers on the screen, but for some reason, it's not allowing me to do so. Yeah. No. Yeah. And go back. Yeah, it's not showing. Yeah. Let's not. All right, we'll go to the next question, Daria.
In your view, can AI and ChatGPT catalyze a new revolution like the internet? Yes, AI and ChatGPT have transformative potential. Or, no, AI and ChatGPT are unlikely to cause revolution like the internet. Or, not sure, I would like to hear other perspectives.
Okay. It is actually indeed, in my opinion, a transformative one, Daria.
Me too.
Okay. So question number 6, do you believe ChatGPT will cause people to lose their jobs? Yes, it will, or it will be a mix. Some jobs will disappear and new ones will be created, or no, it will not.
I guess everyone is happy with ChatGPT.
Should we move on?
Yes. Question number 7. What key ethical concerns do you have regarding ChatGPT? Copyright, privacy, language and security.
Privacy of input, that's actually a good one.
Cheat.
Awesome. So as I see, privacy and data privacy is the majority in here.
Also copyright. Losing jobs.
Okay.
Bad actors?
So question number 8. What other AI and large language model tools are you aware of? So beside ChatGPTs. Bard. See, that's the Google one, I guess. Or maybe not. And then Falcon as well.
Twee.
I actually didn't know that GitHub actually got one. Jasper.
GitHub. Alexa.
Okay. We'll go to the next question.
Last question. In your opinion, how much of this survey was done using ChatGPT? 0 to 25%, 26 to 50%, 51 to 75%, 76 to 100%. Two hundred answers on 76 to 100%. Well, ladies and gentlemen, you were right. 76 to 100%, this survey was done by ChatGPT.
Awesome, awesome. Okay, so unfortunately, we have been overbooked with our tomorrow's ideation session for the ChatGPT. We have reached over 600 people, which is an insane amount, and I'm actually glad that we have received that much of an interest, and we really do appreciate you guys. But unfortunately, the seats are actually limited, and we are only gonna go with 100. So if you think that you can attend, it's a 3 hours event. If you think that you might be able to attend the full 3 hours event, it would be awesome, and you can sign up. But if you probably will attend an hour or two, I would really rather that you leave the spot for someone else, just so they can live or have the full experience as well with us. It's a 3 hours event again, and where we will be interacting with ChatGPT, trying to ideate and come up with use cases. Pretty much the whole session will be just an ideation where we go through a couple of interactive sessions. It's going to be a teamwork gathering. It's just going to be a lovely and a fun session. So I do recommend, if you have an interest, please sign up, and I would love to see you guys tomorrow. And I think that's pretty much it for me and Dalia in this session. Thank you, guys.
Thing. Please be there at 9 sharp, because we're going to start on time, and to make sure that you secure your spot. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you guys very much. And now I'm going to ask Ed Slayman from KAUST IT to come and give another interactive presentation. He's just getting mic'd up, so it'll be just a minute. Yeah, he will use his laptop. Yeah. Okay, I'll hold on to this. Okay. All good? All right, thank you very much. Okay, so while we're waiting for Ed, so as the KAUST Smart team mentioned, so we are kind of overwhelmed with the amount of interest that we have gotten from this event. We anticipated having maybe 200 people today, and maybe being able to accommodate about 80 to 100 people tomorrow. And then the number of registrations was very high. like 1,100 people or something like this, and 700 for the day tomorrow. So the numbers on the day of are always a little bit less, but the amount of interest was really overwhelming. So we're going to end up organizing a number of these ideation sessions, maybe over the summer and into the fall.
Thank you. I think I'm mic'd up, but can you guys hear me? All right. I still need my adapter. And the, thank you. All right. So as I was listening to our provost, it brought back old memories. In 2002, when I was taking the first course on AI during the course of my PhD, I did learn about AI, but it was at that time when we didn't have that much compute power, neither we had a lot of data. So we had to write programs using weird languages, which do not exist today. Okay? Yep, we got it? Okay, great. So let's see if this works. Yep. Thank you. So yeah, I was saying about when I was taking this course, we had languages that do not exist today, and we could not really get much done because there was not enough data for us to train neural networks. So today, ChatGPT, what does GPT stand for, by the way? Does anyone know? It's a generative pre-training transformer, I think, right? Doesn't make much sense to most of us. But it is basically, if we were to explain it, it's basically like our provost mentioned earlier, is that the availability of all this data around the internet allowed us to look at all this data and basically create what we call vectorize all this data, and figure out basically, because of that vast amounts of data, that what is the next word? If I want to generate a new sentence, what is the next word that has appeared in all the text that I've already looked at? And that's how it predicts the next word. That's why it's called a generative model. It actually is kind of interesting and intelligent and very dangerous because it hacked the very operating system of humans. What's our operating system? If we were computers, what's our operating system? It's language. So it hacked our language. It can write, like the provost mentioned earlier, it could write a poem about this session, about KAUST, et cetera, et cetera. So what I'm going to do today, actually, I'm going to do two things. Number one, I'm going to go through a slide presentation and then a small demo. But the demo is going to actually show you the tip of the iceberg. It's going to show you the potential of what we can do with generative AI at KAUST. But first, the presentation is actually a preview of EDUCAUSE's last quick poll. If you're not familiar with EDUCAUSE is a consortium of over 2,300 universities from all around the world that basically further education by implementing IT solutions that make our learning and our education and research much more efficient. And part of this consortium, there are all the universities that you can think of, from the Caltechs to the MITs to Australia, the UK, all around the world. We lost video input for some reason. I'm sorry? Oh, my computer went to sleep. Okay, sorry. All right. So that's what EDUCAUSE is. Let's go through, and I'm sorry, I'm going to ask you to keep your phones out a little bit because I'm going to do also a bit of survey because I want to compare what other universities have said to what you guys think. All right. And now Murphy's Law hits again. Okay, so some of the questions that were asked are about the long-term implications. How will our staff use these technologies? Okay, so we probably saw a preview today, this morning, about how they could be used. All right, they could be used for a lot of use cases. We're going to talk about these use cases in a minute. Also, to what degree can staff help? So, for example, some of the stuff, it's like any other computer. You know, we have the term in computers, garbage in, garbage out. What KAUST Smart in the first demo did was showing how we create a marketing plan. But you notice that we were probing ChatGPT and asking more and more specific questions, because if you ask just a generic question, it's going to give you sometimes an inaccurate answer. And this is dangerous, usually, especially in a university setting or any setting where you want to depend on the output. So you need, the more specific you are, the more you know how to engineer that prompt that goes into ChatGPT, the better answer and more accurate answer you get. All right, so the bottom line. This survey says that attitudes towards generative AI have improved. Okay? Actually, they've done the survey over 2 months in the last year, one in, I think, Feb and one in April. And as more stakeholders are introduced, the scale of adoption is increasing. I was actually surprised and shocked of how many people in the previous survey did already know about ChatGPT and are using ChatGPT already, or they think that it is useful. Appropriate staffing and governance, they warn, again, appropriate staffing and governance structures need to be put in place. For those of you in governance, those of you in security, those of you in privacy, we hear you, we understand that this needs to be done. It needs to be done at KAUST, and this is not from me, this is of all these universities. There are 440 universities that participated in this survey. Okay? So, and they say that to consider use cases that align with the needs of the university. That's very important. This is the survey. At the beginning, it showed actually that in February, 54% of the people were optimistic or very optimistic about it. But 2 months later, it was 67%, just within 2 months. And there's a reason for that. So pull up your phones, please, and let's understand what you think about generative AI as opposed to what other 440 universities did. Please scan this code, and you need to enter this passcode, 3QB2M2. And start answering the first question. All right, so far, most of you agree that generative AI will profoundly change higher education in the next 3 to 5 years. Do you all agree with that? I apologize if some of the questions are similar to the ones that you saw earlier, but they're actually, these mimic exactly the questions that were asked in that survey of EDUCAUSE, just to figure out how we pair against other universities. All right, when I get to 250, I'm going to go to the next question so that we would not lose time. Okay, next. The use of generative AI in higher education has more benefits than drawbacks. Do you agree, disagree, or neutral? So if you say, I agree, that means it has more benefits than drawbacks. Of course, everything in life has benefits and drawbacks, right? All right, next question. So 53% of you said that there are more benefits than drawbacks, so a little bit more than half. Where in the first question we had in the 90s people who agreed that it will transform our education or our universities. Generative AI will make my job easier. Do you think so or not? Tell me. All right. Excellent. So, more than 70% of you believe that it will help you in your job and make your job easier. We'll look at use cases in a minute. The use of generative AI in higher education makes me nervous. Does it make you nervous? Is it going to eliminate, I mean, what's going to happen to exams, take-home exams, and you know, people using generative AI to answer exams and stuff like that? That's one aspect of it, at least. All right? So, wow. Almost even between all three. Interesting result here. So some of you are nervous. Most of you are nervous, actually, 40%, let's say. Not most, but 40%. So let's see what other universities, 440 of them, said about this. So generative AI will profoundly change higher education in the next 3 to 5 years. 83%. So it's very similar to the numbers that we've seen here. About that number, or a little bit more, said they agree here. But the use of generative AI in higher education has more benefits than drawbacks. 65%. I think we were about, 73% here. And then generative AI will make my job easier. Okay, most of you said it will. But the last one, we're very close, actually, that the use of generative AI in higher ed makes me nervous. We were around 40%. So we're very similar to what other universities thought about generative AI. So, okay, how many of you have used generative AI? I know this is a repeat question from previous presentation, but please just, this is the last question I guess. All right, so 77%, 75% use generative AI already. That's good. 3/4 of you. Excellent, all right. So, for the sake of time, I want to move on. So this is what people thought, you know, those that are optimistic, those who have used generative AI had more positive outlook. So they're more optimistic. They are also, they think that generative AI will change higher ed. Also, they thought that generative AI will make their job easier. Those who have used it more than those who have not used it. And that it has more benefits. But those who said it'll make them nervous is 41%. Okay, which is very close to our numbers here because they're around 43%. Great. The last question, I lied, so that was this is the last question, I guess. So, generative AI use and intended use. Do you? So this is used a generative AI tool for work this year. Have you used it for work, not personal? Okay, or anticipate using it, or will never use it? Tell me. Let's see if it's similar to what other universities think. So 53%, or more than half, have used it for work, which is good. I've used it for work. You're going to see what I used it for in a minute. Anticipate using it, 42%. Wow, only 8% may not use it. That's not a bad number. Very good. Excellent. So 50, 40, 43, 8. Okay. So this is what it said. 67% of people who were surveyed by EDUCAUSE said they used it for work this academic year, and 13% said they anticipate using it this year, and then the others, which is a much bigger number than us here, 20%. So we're much more open-minded, which I like, you know, because only 8% of us said they will never use it. They don't anticipate to use it. Okay. So basically, what are the use cases for generative AI? I mean, you've seen a demo earlier this morning of what it can do, but it can do a lot more. I mean, the sky is the limit. I'm going to show you a very wow, big wow demo in a minute. But basically, you can dream. It helps you think, okay? You can brainstorm. You can do ideation. Remember the session tomorrow? Remember you got invited to a session tomorrow? Don't forget to use generative AI before you go to that session, because it's going to give you a lot of ideas if you don't know where to start. If you're stuck, it can get you unstuck. So many problems I had before, I was stuck. I didn't know what to do. I asked generative AI and it gave me the answer. Very helpful, okay? You can do research analysis. You can ask any question, okay? Also, drudgery, lightening your load. You know, are you tired? Can you finish that project on time? Well, if you can't, think generative AI, okay? It helps you send communication emails instead of you drafting an email, especially the tough emails. You can tell it, you know, write me this email in a very tough tone or a very nice tone or in a firm tone, whatever, and it'll do that for you. You can draft administrative documents, materials, and reports, and also review or proofread material. You can also write grants and proposals and contracts using ChatGPT. It'll write you a contract. What else can it do? Okay, design. Build your content. You can create presentations like, you know, the generative AI presentation that we just saw earlier. Create course materials, edit and create images and videos, and also suggest prompts and materials for courses and workshops. Finally, development of your work, okay? You could ask it to write code, you can draft department and institution policies, strategic plans, everything. Creating detailed project plans and offering advanced scripting and coding. And I've been using it for that a lot. Okay, what can you use it for at KAUST? Some of the use cases at KAUST, the very typical use cases, for example, use it as a bot. Every department can have their own bot, and instead of asking questions that are very specific and that if that text is not in that document, it's not going to find it, this is a bot that is using generative AI, so you can ask it in plain English, and it will answer you in words that you would understand, okay? Employee induction, orientation, and training. You can do that with generative AI too. HR use case that I thought about, we could get a 50% reduction in our HR screening before recruitment. Think about it this way. If I get a CV, I'm using generative AI, remember. I get a CV, and I match it to the job description automatically. And I'll have it reject or accept that CV. If it accepts it, it takes it to the next stage, and it goes, looks up the CV, understands it, and creates quizzes and questions on the fly to test the interviewee before they even come for an interview. If they fail, then we just don't consider them. If they succeed, then we take them to the next step, et cetera, et cetera. All of these things, like for example, in information security, when I was in information security, we were spending a lot of time doing quizzes and exams and interviewing and stuff like that, and then if we don't like someone, we go to the next person. That will save a lot of time and effort, okay? Development and coding support, enterprise mobile applications, network security, any systems, you know, researchers could use it to increase productivity by tenfold, believe me, by tenfold. Other applications using machine and deep learning, KAUST Smart could also use it for wayfinding and drone delivery and other applications. So let's go to the fun stuff now. The demo. Okay, so I have two quick demos for you. I'm gonna just disconnect for a second. And hopefully we won't have Murphy's Law and everything would work fine. Okay. All right, so let's see. So what I've done, I've been in IT for about 38 years now. I've been in the information security industry for about 15 years. But for the past 10 years, I've been going to conferences, writing papers, speaking at conferences, et cetera. I have videos and other transcripts of me that I've transcribed all into text, used them as a corpus, and fed them to AI. And I said now, create something called the 1-minute CISO, 1-minute Chief Information Security Officer, where I can ask a question to that person, which is me, okay? Ask any question about security management and basically get an answer in my style of thinking. So, I think I need to go to here and nope, that's a KL. Second one, right. Yep, now we have it. All right, so let's see, what kind of question can we ask? Let's say, okay, so incident response. We'll ask something about incident response. What are the components of an incident response plan, for example? What are the components of an incident response plan? What are the components of an incident response plan? Okay, so this is, I'm not asking ChatGPT. I'm asking the knowledge base that I've collected over the 10 years that I've been working in security. And it's going asking me about my knowledge base and trying to get the answer out of that. So it's working. It takes some time because when you're using these generative models, there's a lot of people using it, so they do ration it. They don't give you the answers right away, and sometimes if you send bulk text specifically. So it will take less than a minute, it should, at least, unless Murphy's Law is invoked. There we go. And
the components of an incident response plan typically involve triage, deeper incident analysis, forensics, malware analysis, system administration, rule development, tool engineering, vulnerability scanning, penetration testing, engineering, and administration of security tools and sensors. The components of an incident response plan include preparation, identification, containment, eradication, recovery, and lessons learned. Incident response plans typically include procedures for identifying and responding to incidents, defining roles and responsibilities, defining escalation and communication protocols, and developing recovery plans.
Now, why does this sound weird? This is actually voice generated by AI that resembles my voice. If you could see that there is a little bit resemblance of my voice. So it generated something in my voice and it answered. Now, we're going to do even a more interesting demo that will take also another minute and we'll be done. All right, so now we're going to ask our CIO about our InfoSec policies. I'm going to ask him a question and see if he can respond to me in his own voice and in a video, live. Let's see, he's actually sitting in his office and waiting for my question, and he's going to answer us right now, video. So, what better question to ask than, okay, what happens if I get a -10 on my human firewall score? You're all familiar with the human firewall. So let's tell him, let's ask the CIO. Now he got the call, and he's going to respond. Don't invoke Murphy's Law on me. It should take another 10 seconds or so. Come on. There we go. He answered.
Your KAUST account will be suspended, and you will be required to schedule and attend a guidance meeting with information security. Human resources or graduate affairs will be engaged to take the necessary measures.
Thank you, Jason. And this is the end of my demo, just to show you and give you ideas of what you can do with generative AI. So thank you very much for attending my presentation, and have a great day.
Thank you, Ed. So those of us who have children in TKS will be well familiar with the concept of risk taker and encouraging people to take risks. And as someone who gives a lot of live presentations and does live demos, there is nothing, no better example that I have found in my working professional life of taking risks than doing live demos in front of several hundred people that depend on a live internet connection and compute that is happening somewhere else in the world. So I think we should give Ed and the KAUST Smart team another round of applause for their live demos. Okay, so now we're going to be on break. So please get up, stretch your legs, grab a coffee and a tea, and then we'll be back in about 15 minutes. Okay, thank you. Check, check. Okay, so we're going to be starting in just a couple of minutes. So maybe this is going live to the audience in the in the lobby. If so, please come and retake your seats so we can get started again. Thank you. Okay, for those of you who are still in the lobby, if you could please rejoin and retake your seats in the main auditorium so that we can get started with the second session of the day. Thank you very much. Okay, so thank you all very much for returning back from the break. I know that the break sessions are a really important part of these events. It allows for networking and for you all to talk about what you just heard at the talks and things. But now we're going to bring everybody back together and get started with a presentation from a recent KAUST alumnus who is now at Autonomous with NEOM. And this is Asad Al-Ghamdi. So I would like to ask Asad to join me at the stage.
All right. So, good morning, everyone. Hello. And it's really nice to see you again. I see some familiar faces. First, let me begin by asking for a show of hands. Who has heard of Autonomous? OK, I see a few hands. Who has heard of NEOM? I see a lot of hands. So let's start with introductions. 1 year ago, I used to be a student here. I used to take walks from time to time around the beacon, get coffee from Coffee Beans in Discovery Square, and get lost in Building 9 looking for my class. I was really wondering about what's the next step for me. I was a dreamer. I didn't know where to go next. Now I work at NEOM, Autonomous, and I'm redefining the future reality of living through technologies. So I forgot the pointer. So basically, allow me to go to the next slide. Allow me to share His Royal Highness vision. The NEOM is the land of the future, where the greatest minds and the best talents are empowered to embody pioneering ideas and exceed boundaries in a world inspired by imagination. At NEOM, we say, NEOM is a land of dreamers and doers. And I have to say, KAUST is an incubator of dreamers and doers. So NEOM is made of 4 main regions: the Line, Trojena, Oxagon, and Sindala. And there are 14 sectors to support these regions to make them come to reality. What used to be the tech and digital sector is now called Autonomous, a subsidiary company of NEOM. And allow me to share with you what Autonomous means. Let's begin first with the name. So the T in Autonomous comes from technology, and the rest of the word comes from autonomous. When you combine technology and autonomous together, you get autonomous. And us at the end is for us humans. Autonomous, we're not just another tech company. We design predictive technology that puts human at the center. We don't want to create like an application for you, to navigate future cities by looking down at your phone. That's not what we're after. We want to make technologies adapt to the human, not humans adapting to the technology. So we're dreamers who do, and we want to build the future cognitive cities through our technologies. Autonomous is working on many fronts in NLP and AI to make that into a reality. And today, related to the theme of the workshop, I'll talk to you about what we're doing in Autonomous for the future of Arabic language. So Aramis is basically our answer for the future of Arabic language. And I want to share with you a favorite quote of mine before I explain to you what Aramis is. The struggle of man against power is the struggle of memory against forgetting. Large language models have given us the power to create content like never before. And yet, it's making us forget something very important: culture. And that's where Aramis comes in. Despite the advancements in large language models, current state-of-the-art LLMs are not capable of effectively processing Arabic language while preserving culture. And that's due to limitation in data, compute, and the fact that Arabic language is a complex language. So why is it important for us to develop our own native NLP model? So first of all, the National Data and AI Strategy in Saudi Arabia dictates that we become exporters of AI and data, and not just users. Taking matters into our own hands and developing our own native NLP models would allow us to boost AI talent and cultivation within the kingdom and become and focused on our sovereignty in terms of data and AI. Another very important reason is culture cannot be translated. So as you can see from these images, some prompts, they have basically, for example, the image of the dog says national dog. And yet we see a dog with the American flag behind it. And that's because of the inherited biases in the data. For those Arabic speakers of the audience, they might get the idea behind the other images, which are very common sayings in Arabic. So Aramis. Aramis comes in as the native NLP model developed by Autonomous, and it is the world's leading Arabic NLP model as of now. So we have achieved the top score on the well-known ALU benchmark for Arabic NLP, scoring the highest basically accuracy across all the metrics. And we have submitted our findings, research findings, to ACL 2023, which have been accepted and will be published in the conference proceedings. I know that KAUST harbors a lot of bright talent, students, and professors, and I invite you all to go ahead and read our paper, which will be also available through archive. And also, if you're interested to collaborate and work with us, please go ahead, scan the QR code, and let us know your thoughts about this talk and what would you like to do for the future of Arabic and also the future of living. Thank you all for attending the talk, and that's it. So are we taking questions?
Yeah, we have actually, you were the first one to finish early, so you can take questions if you would like to take questions.
So we're open for questions if anyone wants to ask. So we have a question from this gentleman right there. I can't hear you. Take the mic. It's behind you. There you go. Good catch.
Can you all hear me? Okay. So you said that those models that already exist for English and...
I can't hear. Could you bring it closer?
So you said that the existing models that are working very well for English and other Latin languages are not performing well for Arabic. So I want to ask you a question about what's your intuition on that? Why is it not working in Arabic? Is it because just we don't have enough data? Or maybe we have enough data, but the structure of the model is different. The grammar of Arabic is very different from the grammar of English. So what's your intuition on why it's not working well on Arabic?
Okay, so I'll answer that by saying 3.14 or pi plus 2 is not equal to 3 plus 2, right? The decimals, they make up all the difference. And that's where our culture is, right? So for instance, if you go ask ChatGPT today, you know, how do I wear a Saudi thobe, right? It will tell you, yeah, so you take the thobe, you put it all over you, right? And then you take the igal and you wrap it around you as a belt, right? And we all know that's not true, right? So there are things that won't be integrated or part of the model unless we take matters into our own hands and we develop our own models and collect our own data, right? So ChatGPT would work for like general cases, but it's not really natively speaking Arabic. And that makes up all the difference. Do we have any questions? And I think with this, we conclude. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you. I'll take that from you. Okay. Okay, so due to some Jeddah Airport related travel issues, one of our speakers from SDAIA has been delayed, and so their talk at 11 will hopefully try to fit that in at this afternoon's sessions. So now I'm going to ask Abbas Sheikh, who is the team lead for incident response in the KAUST InfoSec, Information Security team, to come and give a talk. Now, Abbas is being a real risk taker today because he has jumped in at the last minute for another colleague who has also gotten stuck up in the Jeddah-related travel season. So he's giving a presentation on very short notice with someone else's slides. So that is a definition of a risk taker in this profession. So thank you all very much, and let's give him a nice round of applause.
Hey. Thank you. You guys can hear me well? So good morning, everyone. My name is Abbas. I lead the incident response team at KAUST. So as David mentioned, I'm actually talking on somebody else's behalf who was supposed to come, but due to the Hajj, I mean, he was coming from Dubai, and he wasn't allowed to board the flight from Dubai. So that's why I was asked to present this, but I'll try to do my best. So today we are going to talk about the AI technology. I mean, basically balancing innovation, cybersecurity, and the ethics, right? So exploring the dual nature, which means what is the good and the bad from the cybersecurity perspective, exploring vulnerabilities, what are the weaknesses in the system, and how these could lead to breaches, or how the vulnerabilities can be exploited, bolstering cybersecurity, which is how can we use AI technology to enhance and advance in cybersecurity, and lastly, chartering the future of responsible AI, basically building a comprehensive framework which encourages us to use and building the governance framework for AI so that everyone can responsibly use AI in a transparent, fair, maintaining the privacy manner. I mean, that's basically. So that's the agenda, basically unlocking the power of ChatGPT at KAUST. So we're going to talk about the vulnerability discovered through the bug bounty. So ChatGPT, when it was kind of launched, so the bug bounty with ChatGPT ran, we're going to talk about that. I'll walk you through the breaches, which led to because of the vulnerabilities identified in the bug bounty. I'm going to talk about organizations which are banning ChatGPT, which include some of the countries. How can we use AI for malicious purposes? From the security perspective, typically the AI security attack. We're going to talk about the attack surface of AI, AI bolstering the cybersecurity, and lastly, the regulating of AI. Now there's a lot of content. I'll try to, I mean, please excuse me if I run through slides. I'm going to skip some of them, which are basically the reason why we want to do it, to cover the material. So vulnerability discovered through the bug bounty. So as I said, I mean, if you see from the adoption curve perspective in the history of technology, ChatGPT was the fastest. So they got about 100 million subscribers in less than 2 months, right? So from that curve, a lot of people wanted to get on the bandwagon, right? Use the ChatGPT. So what ChatGPT, as any developer organization, basically launched a bug bounty program. The bug bounty, basically, you hire security researchers. They can go and identify any weaknesses in the system. So these are the basic list of vulnerabilities which were identified during the bug bounty. Now, these vulnerabilities led to some of the exploitations. So we'll talk about the breaches. So the first one, I'll talk about the March 20th, the ChatGPT outage, right? So the OpenAI uses the Redis open source library. Now, there was a window on the March the 20th between 1 a.m. to 10 a.m. PST on the 20th of March, where the 1.2% of the payment-related information was disclosed. So if you see in the bottom of the slide, it says if you can go on subscription information. So one user could see the information of the other, and then it also allowed you to go in and seek the payment information. So this was an accidental disclosure because of the bug. Emails were incorrectly sent to subscribers, and that led to basically the data breach. But that lasted only for 9 hours. The next one is basically the Samsung, which we all basically, it's a multinational company. What Samsung did is allowed its developers to use ChatGPT to basically upload their codes. They could, for error fixing, right? The ChatGPT can be used, as generative AI can be used uploading your codes to fix the errors. So the developers started using these, and Samsung realized that the information which they were disclosing, I mean, some of the confidential or intellectual property, if I may, were uploaded on ChatGPT. There were internal notes which were also uploaded, and some of the hardware information. Having uploaded this confidential information and the intellectual property, Samsung decided to basically ban internally ChatGPT. This is so important that we understand that using ChatGPT, if you don't consider all the requirements and considerations and caveats before uploading and start using the ChatGPT, this is what can happen. Even a multinational company can be impacted. Now, the next, this basically lets me move into the next topic, or segue to the next topic, is basically banning the organizations. I mean, some of these organizations are Apple, for example. Apple is very, very sensitive on privacy, right? Keeping it's secret. So you can't use, or the employees of Apple are not allowed to use ChatGPT, and the number of organizations in the slide we mentioned, Samsung, JP Morgan, Deutsche Bank, all of these don't allow or ban their employees to using ChatGPT. You might have also read a few of the news. Many countries kind of banned ChatGPT, including Italy initially banned it and then later kind of removed that ban or uplifted that ban. What are the preventive measures? So as I said, I work at information security. So one of the controls we've been exploring is the DLP, the data loss prevention, right? We can also use this control to prevent data leak, even using the ChatGPT. So some of the controls, if you see on the slide, the safeguards, we've given 3 examples. One of them is the clipboard protection. So basically, when you copy something on a clipboard, that can be detected and monitored and prevented using a DLP technology. The web URLs which are posted can be also protected and monitored for any leakage, and the application control. Any applications, websites with the users within the organizations can be monitored and used. So DLP itself, it's not a solution, it's a program. It's a very complex program to implement. It's not very hard. We at KAUST has been trying to implement DLP for almost a year and a half, right? Let alone the ChatGPT as a use case, but this is just for an example. So the following slides basically give you the solution we have used, and this basically gives you an example of how you could configure the DLP. So here is the example, the DLP policy manager. If you see the URLs for Bard, for Bing, which is the Microsoft one, for the Google, it's OpenAI. These are the URLs which will be monitored. So first use case is the clipboard. So this is how, I know it might not be relevant for people how to configure it, but this is more for the security audience where they would know how they can go and employ. So classification, for example, is defined. It needs to be confidential. The end users, the scope of the policy is all the users. Which applications will be blocked? It's all applications. Where and like, is it API or what supported browsers? It's all of them. And lastly, in the last slide, we created the destination URLs. So that's the scope. So what this will allow is basically protecting us from mishandling the information or accidental disclosure. It also kind of takes care of any adversary who's trying to target KAUST might use this technology to detect and prevent. Now, moving on, some malicious use cases of AI. So AI-powered deepfake technology, I mean, as we speak, the good and the bad. So I'm from India, so many of you might have heard of Shah Rukh Khan. So India recently used, after the COVID, they hired Shah Rukh Khan, who's as a brand ambassador for the local stores. So they basically used deepfake technology. They recorded Shah Rukh Khan's voice and audio, audio and the video, basically, and based on the AI, it creates the Shah Rukh Khan as your brand ambassador for a local, based on a PIN code. For example, you are in Tool, and as a local store in Tool, Shah Rukh Khan will be the guy who is promoting your store. So this is Cadbury. I mean, if you can go to YouTube and look for deepfake or Cadbury ad in India, you will be able to see this. That's a good usage of deepfake. But imagine, I mean, it can be used for malicious purpose, right? The deepfake technology where someone's voice and video has been used, which actually it's not him. You can use it for bypassing the interviews. You can also, I mean, the worst case, someone head of the country coming in and making these announcements like we are in a war. So it can have very adverse effects, right? Impersonating, fake news, disinformation, this is what the deepfake introduces, right? AI-driven cyber attacks. So if you see automated phishing, I mean, everybody, we are big on phishing exercise as KAUST. You might always see phishing attacks coming, but introducing AI into that, like basically it also can, imagine like one of the use case I'll mention, and this is something which may happen in any organization, is someone received, the finance director received an email from the president, right, saying that, okay, you need to process this payment. Sometimes because of a phishing attack, they might go and process it, assuming that this is the president himself. Now, what the AI introduces, is basically it can even learn the way president writes the email. So that is what it enhances and the impact of phishing. So that's what, another thing is the intelligent malware. So in cybersecurity, we call it polymorphic malware, which basically can change its behavior to evade any detection by even the AI technology. So that's what intelligent malware. So introducing AI-driven malware, which can have an adverse effect, right? The botnets. Botnets basically are nothing but set of computers coming together which are controlled remotely. Now, this is not something which is AI-based. This is always there. I mean, cybersecurity, we deal with these botnets every day. But imagine the amount of enhancement you can do and the scale it can with the use of AI. So that's what AI is bringing. It can expand at scale. You can have multiple computers becoming part of zombies and attack, right? Another one is the privacy, right? So if you see from the privacy perspective, using AI technology for invading your privacy. You can use facial recognition, unwanted or unrequired monitoring of videos, data privacy. So with AI, you can massively process, and I mean, the speed is the factor, right? You can identify the patterns and make predictions based on the AI. So that's another thing which privacy concerns which AI introduces, right? Now, the last piece is the adversarial attack. So this basically is in cybersecurity, how can you use the adversarial attack? So you can train a system, the AI system is trained to do good things, but as cybersecurity experts, we should also test the systems that can it do bad, right? How can it do bad? How bad? So these are the things what an adversarial attack can do, and model poisoning, which I can talk in next couple of slides. So first one, I mean, these are the type of, the next topic is basically typical AI security attacks. So I'll talk about a few of them. The first one is the evasion. The evasion basically it's type of attack where the AI technology can be full. So let me give you an example. If you see for humans, if you see a stop sign, for humans it's very evident that when you see a stop sign, you're supposed to stop, right? Now, even if you make a small modification which is not noticeable to a human eye, we will still stop. Now imagine if the evasion technique, basically you're training a system and using, modifying that stop sign in a way where even a sticker or a very, very minute change, which is like a slight change in that picture, and you have an AI control-driven vehicle. And for the AI controlled vehicle or autonomous shuttle, it might be a significant change. And then you can, but basically the autonomous shuttle might behave in a way which is not designed for. So this is what evasion attack is. So there are multiple mitigation defenses. So just for the sake of time, let me tell you what the adversarial training is. So as cybersecurity professionals, we test the system for the good cases, but at the same time, we would also think about wearing like a pen tester, right? What a pen tester in normal, typical cybersecurity days does is wears a hat of a hacker and tries to exploit the system. So similarly, the adversarial training is basically you train the system and prepare the system in a way where it can respond in, well, it's trying to fool the system. That's how the system is trained. So these are a few of the mitigation defenses which can be designed. Data poisoning is another one where you are basically subtly changing the inputs and leading the AI technology to give you misinformation. So taking an example, if the AI system is a student and you're training the AI system to read a book, right? Like in human life, the books are supposed to provide structures, preparing the students for the real world and life. But if that book has misinformation, the student would take that or believe that information and always carry this misinformation. Similarly, data poisoning is you can use AI system to basically modify the inputs, and the system starts believing this is true until the contaminated data is corrected, and that's what data poisoning is. So input validation, like you do the SQL injections and all those in typical. In AI technology, you have multiple ways where you can mitigate this. Lastly, another one with the typical AI security attack is the backdoor machine learning, right? So you can establish a backdoor. Basically, in a real-world example, if I may, you're constructing a building which has multiple doors, and the door of that building is only going to open with certain set of keys. Now, imagine if someone has secretly installed a door and he or she, whoever constructed the building, only they have access to this. So they can use that key to misuse that building. So similarly, you have the APIs which can be created. So the system is trained to backdoor where the input is provided and a specific output will be created. So these are, misusage of use cases where it can be misused by, And now for the sake of time, I'm going to skip a few of them. So AI attack surface. So prompt injection. So this is, as I said, threat modeling. So one of the things which cybersecurity professionals would always do is the AI attack surface, right? So basically, you go and do threat modeling. So prepare the system from the adverse effect perspective. So one of them is the prompt injection. So prompt engineering is one of the career in ChatGPT has introduced, or generative AI has introduced, where you can provide a prompt and the AI system will give you an output. Well, prompt injection is fooling the system to provide you certain output which the AI system would not be ready for. For example, you might ask, hey, can you, AI, the ChatGPT, can you create a malware for me? And the system would respond saying, no, I can't do something. I'm an AI system. I'm not supposed to do anything unethical. But You modify that prompt in a way where the system can't responding. That's called prompt injection. So we as cybersecurity professionals have to test the system to create those prompt injection and test the systems. So now, for leveraging AI in so I will straight go into the time. So this is one. So this is something which is relevant to us. So we use an EDR, which is endpoint detection and response technology. So cybersecurity tool which is used by KAUST is CrowdStrike. Now CrowdStrike has introduced the generative AI where the security analysts, like our team, can go and use a CrowdStrike to basically query what kind of instances we have. Can you identify what kind of threat actor is? You provide those queries, and CrowdStrike would respond to that. So these are the use cases. This is something which we have. Again, as an incident responder, we also work at SOC, which is a security operation monitor. We can use it before attack, during attack, and after attack. So these are the use cases in cybersecurity. Regulating, so you might have heard there might be a lot of other people who will come and talk about regulating AI. And I think my time is up. Thank you very much.
So thank you. So I imagine that at tomorrow's ideation session, there will be a very vigorous discussion about many of the issues that were raised during that talk, both in the actual implementation of how to protect any kind of AI applications that are used ChatGPT or generative AI technologies here within KAUST, but also on the kind of the governance and procedures and policies that are required to actually implement those type of things. So with that now, I would like to invite our next speaker, Aydin Aslaner from Microsoft, who's going to come and give a talk about AI era in education.
Thank you. I just have the clicker. Thank you. All right. Good morning still, right? Okay. My first time in Jeddah, my first time in KAUST. It looks really amazing. Thanks for having me. It's been a great experience so far. I'm going to talk a little bit about what we do in AI and what we do in education specifically when it comes to the new technologies that we're all embracing. I come, unfortunately, from a security background, so I could very much resonate with the speaker before me, and I understand the challenges that it brings also to implement and to really embrace those new technologies. So I go with that angle as well, even though I have my hat on when it comes to AI and how we leverage these new technologies. So my name is Aydin. I'm based out of Dubai. I flew in just last night to join you here. And I've been on this journey for the last, let's say, 10 years. If you had asked me 10 years ago how AI looks like and what AI will bring to us, I would have had probably a different opinion. 5 years ago, my opinion changed. And just about a year ago, I think I had to relearn pretty much everything I was trying to teach my children in terms of how they should leverage technology. So I'll come to that in a bit. Let me see. Okay. Now, AI is interesting, but if you just look at how humanity has evolved, right? This is pretty much the first backup that we used to have in history. People used to, print or, try to draw pictures on the wall, and that was how they started doing backups. Everyone's familiar with that, right? So there's no artificial intelligence in here, but this is how our journey started. Similarly, the first Excel, if you agree with me or disagree, but this is pretty much how they actually captured, in the old times, or quite old, their information. And they also did this, where they captured the first databases. If you go back in history, this is how much it goes back really when it comes to AI. This is how humanity has evolved from the times where we used to, leverage probably something sharp just to, paint something on the wall and capture information. And that's all about it. Capturing information, displaying it somewhere, and then reusing it for some purpose. And that's how the journey started. Now, if you go further down the road and in terms of how world population and how things have evolved over the last, couple of thousand years, The great library of Ashurbanipal was around that time frame. The great library of Alexandria, just before the year 0. The printing press evolution around the 1500. And then the Renaissance kicked in. And finally, this is where we are. You see the pace of evolution and how things are changing at a rapid pace. And that's exactly where we are right now. If I look at how, kids at a young age right now are embracing technology, how they're leveraging AI to actually accomplish things that they were not able to accomplish before, and the way they're using it is just, breathtaking. But it also worries me slightly, and I'll come to that in a bit as well. Now, ChatGPT and the rest of the technology that come with it have been adopted very fast. If you just look at how fast ChatGPT reached 100 million users compared to everything else that we are using every day right now, it's quite fast. Within 2 days, it was able to, 2 months, it was able to reach 100 million users, right? I'm sure many of you who have tried to sign up to ChatGPT service have received a message where it says, it's not available right now, or, try again later. I had friends asking me to help them to expedite the process. I said, man, I'm sitting in the same queue as you are. I'm typing in, and it just doesn't accept me to create a new account, even for my own kids. So that's how fast it is. Now, in terms of Microsoft, and in terms of how we adopt AI technology, this is not new for us, of course. We've been doing this for a while, and it's been a journey. From 2016 all the way down now here, all the way from speech recognition, reaching human parity with speech recognition, with visuals, typing, as well as recognizing text, and as well as displaying that text and reaching that ChatGPT level. It's been a long journey for us. There has been significant milestones that we passed through over the last, let's say, 6-7 years. And it's just that in the last couple of years, the pace has been, growing rapidly. Now, what do we do? What do we do with this? Now, the technology is here. There's no escape from it. As with everything else that we have, seen in the last 20 to 50 years, what technology brought to us. So we'll have to find a way to embrace it, a way to use it to our benefit, without compromising in terms of the risks that we're taking, and as well as making sure that we're compliant. So that's the important piece to it. Now, when it comes to AI, and I always want to separate this because I think ChatGPT and the likes of ChatGPT that are out there are interesting. They are very important for us to understand. But it's not always it's not all AI. It's not all about AI. AI is important. AI is one component to it. But this whole large language models that we are now seeing is coming on top of AI. So we need to differentiate these two things, right? Similarly, if we go in terms of the history of AI, AI is not new. AI has been around for a long time. You had in the 1950s artificial intelligence, the breakthrough with machine learning came in the 60s, and then deep learning in 2007, and this is where we are now in terms of the generative AI, since 2021. What everyone knows is since December 2022 is when ChatGPT went broadly available, and that's what got everyone's attention, right? Up until that, I think many of you or many of the people that are maybe in the technology industry might not have even heard about it, right? Now, what can these services do for us? Well, content creation, we got it. We go on ChatGPT, we put in, and it will generate some output for us. Great. Code generation. For those who are using GitHub here in the room or are looking into leveraging GitHub, many of the GitHub developers who are using the services are using language to actually process their code, create their code instead of typing the code. And that's about the 48% right now mark, so which is a big change. Image recognition, summarization, advanced search, question and answering are other capabilities that you can actually leverage through this. But that's not limited to this only. This is just a few examples of AI service that you can leverage. Now, our partnership with OpenAI, and I want to be very clear about this, right? This is a partnership with another company, right? Has been, I think, in the news, and you might have seen, a lot of articles on it. It goes into a partnership where we leverage the OpenAI model on Azure OpenAI services. For us, it's just another Azure service that we provide. Similar to any other Azure service that we're providing to any other customer worldwide, or any other service that's been consumed, it's the same way. But OpenAI is the model that we're hosting is now under Azure OpenAI service. And this is, for us, gives us the ability to actually bring the power of the cloud into OpenAI so that they can actually bring the best out of them, out of their services as well. Now, in education, we have an aim to make sure that we bring the best innovative solutions to our customers. We want to make sure that we can actually bring also the products that are going to be important for them to leverage to transform the way that they're doing their education. And as well as we partner with a lot of the education institutions worldwide and regulatory landscape bodies. Now, what does that mean for us in terms of opportunity in open and AI in education? It comes down to 3 pillars for us. One is on accelerating learning. I'll give you an example with my own kids. I have 3 children of the age 15, 13, and 9. When they go and try to start their prepare for their school exams now, or when they are preparing for their upcoming presentation or upcoming whatever they have to do at school, or even looking into their homework. Sometimes they're cheating, but that's fine. They are leveraging AI technologies like ChatGPT and others in order to get ideas. That I've seen just from December until now, an acceleration in terms of their learning ability since they started using these technologies. I'm being very cautious about it because I come from a security background and I am a parent. I'm very worried about how they leverage this. But I'm equally very happy to see that they're open to leverage these technologies to see how it can actually benefit them. So it's really helping them to accelerate. But I'm still having my eye on it because I want to see what they're actually getting as output and how they're actually leveraging it. The second piece is improving efficiencies. Because, again, you want to bring in something that will be, of course, new. You want to also, let them learn something, accelerate that. But it should also help you to bring in some efficiencies that are right now, maybe repetitive tasks that you will have to do that you actually can save time with, right? And then the last piece about making sure that they are set up for success for the future. In 20 years from now, we're not going to talk what we're talking right now, as we have not talked about it 20 years ago. In the 1980s, my father used to have a C phone in the car, a telephone. And that C-band phones back then in the 80s were like military-grade devices. In order to get one, you had to go over a lot of rules. And he had one in the car. It was and it was like an impossible thing to have, a telephone in the car. Now from there, all the way now where we are, where we have a phone in our hand that is actually more powerful than the first spaceship that shipped to the moon, right? So, and that's what we were going to do. We're trying to set up the future, our future, for success. And that's why it's important for them to embrace these technologies. Now, if I'm going to give you one example on where this is being leveraged so far, I'll give you the one on the left, because I'm very familiar with that project. The Ministry of Education in the UAE, where I'm coming from, is leveraging ChatGPT and Azure OpenAI services to have a virtual tutor right now to help educate students. So they're running this project where the tutor is actually ChatGPT, right? 20 years ago, this would have not been possible, probably 10 also not. But that's where we're heading, right? We're going to have more of these online tutors, capabilities that were not there to help us to reach new levels. And that's what we are after. Just to give you an example on how this can work when it's from an educator point of view. So you have AI-empowered technology that will help you to create a task that is actually built into your platform. So for those who are using Microsoft Teams, you're familiar with the UI. It can help you generate an exam, an assessment, or a document within that profile, right? Which is quite impressive because it gives you the ability to actually, on the spot, to have something for the students ready to go, right? Let me see if the video plays, but this is a reading coach that we use for younger students. Let me see if that plays. Okay, there is no audio. Well, the reading coach is basically a tool that will help you your students basically to help learn to read properly, pronounce the words properly, and actually understand it, and also validate that the text is being read properly. So it's integrated into the tools where you basically select the text, you give them the word that they have to read, it will be read out by the student, and the reading coach will give them, an ability to say, hey, you did this well, and it helps them to basically, go through their journey in terms of their education. And this is one of the features that's right now available that's built into Microsoft Teams, for instance. This is just one example. Let me give you another example. There's sound coming. Okay. Let me give you another example. Before we go there. Now, when we say OpenAI, and a lot of people talk about ChatGPT, and I said it when I started the conversation, this is all for us business as usual. It's another Azure service for us. Everything we're doing with OpenAI is the model that's hosted in Azure. So everything you want to do right now, you want to start something to try it out, it's on Azure. For those of you who have an Azure subscription or using Azure, you can just go now and try it out in any of the use cases that you're interested in. It's all built in, okay? Now, what do you want to get started? Now, there are a couple of things that I will definitely need to mention. One is, this is a journey. We're all learning. Microsoft is learning. OpenAI is learning, and all the other vendors on the planet are learning. We need to find a way, and I'll talk about this later in my session about security and compliance, to make sure that we have the right governance around it in terms of how we're dealing with data, because we're dealing with a lot of data. Let me give you an example. When you spin up a machine right now, when you start a chat with ChatGPT today, how many virtual machines do you think need to be spinned on just by that chat? How many machines do we need? What do you think? 5, 10, 15? There's 7 virtual machines that spinned off for each chat. That's how much power that thing requires. 7. So you can imagine how much also it requires from CPU, resources, memory, and this perspective. So that's one thing. And while we're processing data, where is the data stored, how it's processed, is also equally important. So we want to also deep dive into that section in the later session. But we need that governance model. We want to make sure that you're set up for success now. You're ready to actually use those technologies. Because if you don't now, it will be probably in the next 10 to 15 years obsolete in terms of what we can achieve together, right? This is similar to, and I come from a networking and security background. I refused the word cloud 20 years ago. And I said, it's going to be all here with me. I know how to read a network trace. I can still do it. But the world has changed, and everything moves to a different direction, to the cloud. And now we're moving into an era where if we don't embrace this now, we're not going to be relevant probably in the next decade to come. And then you can start building, as I've shown you on the previous slide, to help build you applications already on using the Azure OpenAI services, and use GitHub to increase your productivity. GitHub was the first one where we released Copilot, which I'm going to show you now, which has great capabilities to help you create your code in natural language. So let's see if this video plays better now. There you go. our vision is to have Copilot pretty much for everything, to leverage AI everywhere possible. The one for PowerPoint that you've seen is amazing. I mean, if you just use Designer right now in PowerPoint, and you just start typing a word, it starts generating you the slides for you. It's just, saves a lot of time. Similarly, on the other tools, in Teams, when you go and say, hey, I've joined late, and give me the transcript of this Teams meeting, show me, are there any tasks that were assigned to me? It will generate that for you right on the spot. So these are new functionality that are coming. And on the security side, I'll talk about it later, there are huge enhancements coming that will help the security teams to manage their environment faster in terms of the threats and the incidents that they're dealing with. I'll leave you with that and say thank you.
Okay, so thank you for that excellent, excellent talk, and we'll hear more from Microsoft this afternoon. So now, let me check the time. Okay, so we're a little bit ahead of schedule. So now we're going to take a longer lunch break, and we'll start up again at 1 o'clock. Now, this morning's sessions were all about kind of giving everyone up to speed on the technology, generative AI, ChatGPT, a lot of the things that everyone in the world is talking about and how they might be used here at KAUST. I noticed that when Ed did his Slido Q&A app earlier, that there were many questions about getting access to ChatGPT here at KAUST, getting access to ChatGPT here in Saudi Arabia. And this afternoon session, after lunch, there will be a nice announcement about how people here at KAUST, not just at the university, but within the community, TKS and elsewhere, will have the opportunity to access ChatGPT. Okay, so please come back after lunch. All right, thank you. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back from lunch. So I expect and hope that more people will kind of funnel in as we get started after lunch, but I don't want to let it go too far. I want to just kind of get everything moving again. So the first order of business, one of the facilities members found a lost phone that was from someone up in the balcony from this morning. So if you lost a phone and you're sitting in the balcony now, I have it in my pocket. You can come and find me at the side of the stage. If not, I will leave it with the team here who will hold it for the rest of the day and then give it over to Lost and Found. So come and find me if you left your phone in the balcony this morning. Okay. Now, this afternoon is about answering the question of how can we get access to ChatGPT here within KAUST and use it to solve problems, challenges that we face here at KAUST that might be of broader applicability around the kingdom even, and also to talk a little bit about the research applications that KAUST students, postdocs, and research teams have been building on top of ChatGPT, and they're some of the world-leading research teams in this area. But now I would like to ask Jason Roos, the KAUST CIO, to come and kind of kick off the afternoon session with some opening remarks.
Thank you, David. Is this on? You can hear me? All right, well, I appreciate the opportunity to be able to talk to you today. I missed most of the early morning session, but I heard it was quite entertaining. And in fact, I heard I was here virtually as well. So I'm real now this afternoon. I wanted to start my presentation off with a picture of the globe. As you can see, I think that this generative AI, or at least with the release of ChatGPT, has really grabbed hold of the world. And this is a revolution in what is possible. I think I cannot think of a level of change with the magnitude of this, except maybe when the internet was first launched, about 30 years ago, 25 years ago. So how do we actually take hold of this? Because things are moving so fast. I mean, it is the #1 topic on everything that you look at on YouTube or in the news. Everybody's talking about AI. Now, I wanted to talk about my perspective as a CIO, and I'm sure the technical aspects of what we want to do here have been covered or will continue to be covered. I'm looking at it broadly as far as the philosophical aspects of it, but also as a CIO, how do I want to harness the power of this new technology, this new capability to be able to provide services for an organization. And I'm also going to be talking about, one of the biggest concerns that have been brought to my attention is, am I going to lose my job because of this? And what I'm going to do is provide some career guidance on how I think you should approach this, regardless of your role in the organization, whether you're in IT or HR or, it doesn't matter, even if you're an executive assistant. How can you see this as a benefit to you and not a threat? So, I'm going to talk about, first of all, the promise of AI, and this is why everybody's here. Everybody's excited about what it's capable of doing. I can tell you ChatGPT, when I first heard of it, I think it was November last year, I downloaded it immediately. I wanted to see what this thing could do. And I've been amazed continually as I've used it over and over again. One of my hobbies is history and geopolitics, international affairs. And I've actually asked it questions that, give me your thoughts on great power competition between China and the United States, especially in areas of AI. And bam, it's almost writing a book for me. And I'm going, this is quite remarkable. I also have learned to be careful in what it gives me because I know hallucinations is something that's very common. In fact, when I first started asking questions about history or things, I say, okay, give me some references. And it would give me beautiful references that did not exist. It would give me links to web pages that did not exist. So I realized from a standpoint of prose, it was incredible. You can use it to actually craft beautiful essays, to be able to write table of contents. But if you ask it for specific facts, be careful. And that's what I'm just saying. You need to double check. But you can utilize it as long as you are aware of that it may be giving you information that is completely incorrect. This capability, I think if you feed it, and a lot of it comes down to how you prompt it. In fact, I've heard about super prompts, you know, how you can actually provide extensive instructions and get it to do whatever you want it to do, even things that were not intended to be done by this platform, by, you know, allowing it to pretend to be something else, or, you know, allow it to break itself out of the rules that have been imposed on it. And I think that, you know, that's going to be the nature of any type of AI tool. I think it's going to be difficult to be able to limit what it can do because people are always going to come up with ways to be able to get around it. Personalized experiences, this is something that, you know, that's already been part of the AI universe for the last decade, you know, but a lot of it is done by tech companies to be able to provide the content that it thinks you want to see. And that's how a lot of things like Instagram and TikTok and everybody has created such a loyal user base, is because it gives that individual what they want to see because of the AI in the background. But with ChatGPT, it made AI available and tangible to the masses. It made people realize, wait a second, this is a tool I understand now and I can figure out how to utilize it in my own world. Advancements in science. I've listened to all kinds of podcasts talking about how they are harnessing this capability to be able to do things that are beyond the scale of just humans in science, to be able to go and, you know, when it comes to DNA analysis or looking at new types of proteins, molecular structures, and so forth. This is opening up a new world that is moving so fast. I don't think we realize what the world's going to look like 12 months from now. And then increase safety and security. Now, I look at it from both sides, you know, because I spend time in information security, I realize that AI tools are going to be used by malicious actors. But I think AI is also going to be used by the defenders. And there's going to be this constant arms race between the good and bad AI. So I think the promise of AI is to protect and defend. And in fact, I think you're going to have personalized AI to protect your privacy and protect who you are, to counter the bad AI that's out there. I think that's a huge opportunity in the marketplace. The peril of AI, as I mentioned early on, job displacement. This has been one of the most, you know, probably say the number one question I get all the time is, you know, is this going to eliminate half the workforce? I think it's going to change the workforce. I think it's going to create new opportunities and new jobs. But I think it's imperative on everyone to figure out how to harness that power to be able to make sure that you are relevant in the new workforce that is going to be expected. Ethical considerations. Now, I know early on, me being a CIO here, I'm focused on providing services, digital services to the university. But I think on the academic side, you think, okay, how do I know that my student didn't just get ChatGPT to write this essay for me? I think, you know, when I started in school, I used an old school typewriter and I wrote essays by hand. I think, you know, that's probably where you're going to actually train people to have the basics and understanding how to write. That needs to happen anyway. But eventually you're going to allow them to have a tool, just like, you know, you learned your arithmetic tables, your multiplication tables, but then eventually you're given access to a calculator to be able to do your work. But you want to at least provide people a base understanding of how to write and how to do mathematics and so forth. I think this is just another tool. So I think if you're really grading somebody on their ability to write, then you're probably going to have to go and make them write by hand in a supervised capacity, because I think this tool is too great. But it's also Word can do autocorrect, spell check, grammar check, these types of things. This takes it to a whole new level. You can get it to write your entire paper. But again, you're going to have to ensure that the references that are in there are accurate. You're going to have to essentially become an editor when it comes down to this. So I think it's a tool to be utilized to be able to make sure you're more productive and you're better in what you do. And that applies to students as well. I think instructors and professors and teachers just need to keep that in mind, how you actually can use this for the benefit of learning and advancing scientific knowledge. Privacy and security, this is another concern. I think with the ability to be able to essentially digitize a person, You know, you want to make sure that the person that is being digitized is aware of that. And this is where legislation, I think, is so far behind. It's always like 10 years behind the technology. But I would liken it to, for instance, counterfeiting. You know, when you're talking about currency, it is against the law to be able to reproduce valid currency for a government. They will come in and they will arrest you if you're printing your own money. I think that that needs to be applied when it comes to deep fakes. If you knowingly create a deep fake or you pass along a deep fake, that should be illegal. And I think that that's something that legislation needs to catch up to. It's just like if you knowingly create a counterfeit, you know, real or dollar or euro, that's illegal, but also receiving one, and if you know it's fake, if you pass it along, then you're also guilty of a crime. So I think that that needs to be the considerations when it comes to how this technology can be utilized, especially if you're going to replicate somebody that you don't have their permission for. That should be considered counterfeiting. Lack of human judgment. And this is where I'm going to talk about it when it comes to, you know, my guidance to you for career advice is that right now we have an advantage because we can empathize with fellow man. We know the position they're in. We can demonstrate leadership. We can have command presence. We can do things that I don't see ChatGPT or any other AI tool being able to replicate for some time at least. I think eventually maybe it will get to that point, but it's not even close to that. And this is where you have an advantage as being a human being. And then again, potential for malicious use, but that's the case with any type of new technology. All technologies can be used for good and bad, and this is, you know, something we just need to be aware of. Now, what I'm going to do is walk through what I consider kind of the levels of capabilities of intelligence and where I think ChatGPT has put us when it comes to affecting the job market, so forth. So at the very bottom layer, tool proficiency and data creation collection, that applied with typewriters, you know, or, you know, it's just a tool. It's a tool to be able to get things done. You use calculators to do arithmetic and so forth. At the next level, task automation and orchestration, and this really came into being when you had a proliferation of applications and the computer revolution. Just being able to automate and orchestrate, make people more productive, whether it's Word and Excel or it's an ERP platform or whatever it may be. But then on top of that, you were able to go and collect large amounts of data, conduct data analysis, do intelligent decision support. And this is something that, you know, especially with search engines and access to large amounts of information, you could actually do an analysis on that and make better decision making. And that's been in existence for years, you know, decades in fact. But what does ChatGPT do? To me, all those foundational layers are part of a basic job of an individual in their organization. ChatGPT creates such an advanced capability on top of that to be able to essentially replicate the job description of any individual. And so this is where I'm saying if you are expected to just compete with AI, you're setting yourself up for failure. You know, what differentiates you from you know, this combination of technologies that can actually write code, write, you know, emails, go through a repetitive process, especially with RPA tools, robotic process automation. Combined with ChatGPT, you can automate most administrative type jobs in an organization today. So, like I said, I just saw these two articles yesterday. I put them here. You know, in Fortune magazine, some workers are worried that ChatGPT will replace their jobs. They might be right. ChatGPT may be coming for our jobs. Here are 10 roles that AI is most likely to replace. It is happening. So what does that mean for people that have a job and they are saying, hey, I'm the best at writing code, or I'm the best at being able to go and build these configurations, or whatever it may be? What I'm telling you to do is figure out how to harness the power of that. Don't try to compete with it. Figure out how to make yourself more productive with these tools, just like a calculator makes you more productive. So how do I differentiate myself in today's market? First of all, problem identification. Be the individual that identifies problems and says, here's something, here's an opportunity. So you find these opportunities. You build consensus, and you you try to figure out how to efficiently harness the power of these resources. So ChatGPT is not going to do that. If I had a bunch of ChatGPT bots, they're not going to identify a problem in the organization. They're not going to go and reach out and build consensus with key stakeholders. They're not going to do that. I need an individual to do that. But if an individual has that emotional intelligence to understand how to create consensus and reach out to stakeholders, but also knows how to harness the power of these new tools, that person is going to be indispensable in an organization. And I add on top of that, organizational savvy, stakeholder relationships management, and empathy. This is something that I don't see ChatGPT doing. Just every organization has politics. Understanding how to get things done. Just because you say this should be done, it may not get done because you don't know how to navigate your organization. You don't have so you need to learn how to navigate your organization, because that is something that a ChatGPT-like bot is not going to know how to do, really. They're not going to be able to persuade people. They're not going to be able to provide influence. They're not going to provide leadership. These are things that you can add to your capability list, your resume, to make yourself indispensable to any organization. And so, really, if you think about these tools, they will make you so much more productive. It's almost like you have an army of workers that work for you to make you the most valuable player in any organization. But if you can marry the technology capabilities, the task execution pieces that can be provided by these tools with organizational savvy, diplomatic approach to dealing with people, building consensus, and being an individual that people want to work with, you are unstoppable. So I say, hey, you will have operational impact. And that is something that I do not see any of these AI tools providing today by themselves. So AI is not going to replace your job, but somebody who knows how to use AI will replace your job. So keep that in mind. So be that person. Be that person who knows how to use these tools. So CIO career advice. Learn how to harness these tools such as ChatGPT to increase your professional value to an organization. Don't bet your career on competing with AI. Use it as a tool to be more productive. And the second, strive to become a person whom others desire to collaborate with you professionally. Be an influential problem solver with an emphasis on consensus building and collaboration. If you can do that, you can build relationships and get people all moving in the same direction. ChatGPT can't do that. ChatGPT can talk to me all day. It's not going to convince me to do something. I need an individual that says, hey, I can use these tools to be able to make your organization better. And that's what I'm looking for. So with that, that is kind of, in fact, I asked ChatGPT, I put this in there, I quoted ChatGPT. I said, how is the job market going to be affected by ChatGPT? And this is the quote it came up with. So, I mean, should I believe that or not? But I think it's true. I think it's, he's saying that it's not a threat, it's an opportunity. And I fully believe that. So, with that, this wraps up my talk, but I just want to set the stage because that is one of the biggest questions I get is, will I lose my job? Not if you harness this power to make yourself the most valuable player in your organization. With that, thank you. There you go.
Okay. So thank you, Jason. That was a nice talk and a nice transition into the next talk, which I think is kind of the foundation for the whole workshop. We've talked a lot about ChatGPT, a lot of questions about how do I get access to it within KAUST and what can I do with it. Jason just talked about how important it is to develop the ability to use AI to make yourself more productive, but that's hard to do if you can't get access to it and you can't easily use it either here at KAUST or in Saudi Arabia. So with that, I would like to ask Ahmed Suleiman, who is the lead of the ADM Web Solutions team in KAUST IT, to come up and give his presentation.
Hello, do you guys hear me? I'm not sure. Hopefully you guys hear me. Great. All right. So, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to this session today. And I am Ahmed Suleiman from KAUST IT ADM Web Solution Lead. It's an absolute pleasure today to be here with you in this iconic auditorium of KAUST with this wonderful crowd today to talk about very thrilling technology that's coming through. So I believe we have been talking today, or we have learned a lot today about ChatGPT technology from different amazing speakers and what it could bring to our lives and day-to-day lives, to our work, to our career, in many different aspects. However, when ChatGPT actually came up, I was thinking about, okay, in KAUST here we have a lot of data between different divisions, different departments, the data that are scattered in like files, websites, databases. How can we use ChatGPT? Is it even possible to use ChatGPT to put all this data in one place so we could easily use ChatGPT to search the data and find whatever ChatGPT advantages that normal people with, the regular ChatGPT outside it can offer, but specifically KAUST. It will be our own KAUST ChatGPT. So that was kind of the dream first, and probably everybody could think about that. And the idea here is today, what I'm trying to tell you is we don't have to dream about that. We have that actually done here today. And there is, if we have a KAUST ChatGPT, how can it affect various aspects of KAUST? For example, within the KAUST community, think about all the chatbots we can have within KAUST. As Jason said earlier on, there are a lot of opportunities to leverage within KAUST here for ChatGPT. For example, chatbots, filling forms, doing a lot of specific tasks that we repetitively use to do in KAUST here. Wouldn't it be nice, for example, to fill your visitor requests using ChatGPT, for example, or filling your, for example, vacation forms using ChatGPT. For also in the research field, researchers will have access to specific ChatGPT that's secure in KAUST without actually having to go to other like third party. There probably have heard a lot about security from security team today, also talking about some of the risks that ChatGPT could harness. So if we have also a platform that's in KAUST that could also address this kind of risk, probably that will be also a great benefit. For schools, for example, KAUST schools could have a specific tutoring courses for our schools students. And for example, also industry solutions, we could also provide partnership with industry partners. There's the opportunities, as we probably said, there has been a lot of opportunities like that. So that was the dream. So then came actually the idea of Microsoft, of course, probably also early on, they announced they had a little bit deeper about their partnership with OpenAI and how Azure OpenAI services was available. So, okay, we said, okay, what if we partner in this billion-dollar investment to leverage on that and build this platform together in KAUST, together with our friends in Microsoft, which have been actually very helpful for us. They are here with us today. So we went into this journey of actually figuring out a solution that works with KAUST, that addresses all the issues of security, privacy, data, probably all the issues that probably comes to mind when it comes to enterprise data, as well as something that actually could be scalable, could actually address how the technology itself changes. So ChatGPT started back in November, like this is where everybody heard about it, probably it started before that, November last year, and looking now 6 months, and where we are now. So the technology is developing very fast, so we need a platform that actually could keep up with the technology and could keep up with the changing the data as well. So there are two moving parts. So what we did is we came up with this platform that we probably trying to announce to you today. We use sample data of KAUST just to show how we could actually utilize this platform today. So we build a platform that understands this kind of data. You understand the student's handbook, for example. It's trained on this. It's trained on academic programs and guide, which is like the courses, prerequisites, all the programs in KAUST. It's trained on academic programs by division, all the divisions that we have in KAUST as well, all the research centers, information about the research centers, also government affairs services, all how, visas and commerce and all great services from government affairs, and also KRTB, the tenant manual. So the KAUST ChatGPT kind of took this subset of information and is trained on this information. Of course, there is a vast amount of information in KAUST, but this is a preview of what a specific KAUST ChatGPT deployment could contain. So we took this, and before I show you actually the application itself, we probably need to also understand that we had also went around and to make this available for you. We were lucky to have 8 divisions within KAUST who will help us to provide this service to you. So they were generously donating to this application because definitely it's a consumption-based. So we had KAUST AI Initiative and KAUST Smart, the IT operations, SDAIA-KAUST AI, and the graduate affairs, the finance department, government affairs, also the office of the general counsel. So thank you for all of you guys for helping out, and for everyone here. Also, you could always contribute if you could feel that you want to continue and you believe on the AI effort that will bring a lot to KAUST. So with that, I'm going to jump into a live demo to show you the preview of the first peek into the new application. And actually, some of you here today will have access to this application soon. So this application actually is going to be available for you for a couple of days. Everyone can access it actually from today. So I'll let you know how to do that now. Just once we log in here. So basically, you can log in with your KAUST credentials, or so if you have KAUST credentials, log in there. Or if you don't have access or you don't have a KAUST ID or a director account, you could quickly register, and then you will be able to have access to this application. So this will give you this is the KAUST ChatGPT preview mode, where you can have actually two. If you can see, there are two buttons there, general and KAUST. So you could actually ask general questions, similar to what ChatGPT, the general one, could give you. So you could ask about, for example, gives you birthdays ideas, gives you summarize emails, write emails, all that we could do. It doesn't have to be KAUST-specific information. Or if you click in the KAUST button, then you can ask KAUST-specific information about processes, procedures, policies, and so forth that could be fed to the system. So let's give it a try. Let's see how that works, actually. So for example, let's say, for example, if I ask it to, so let's say we started with question, can you describe the process of photosynthesis in a way that middle school student could understand? So this is a very general question. It's not a KAUST question. That's a general one. Then it will say, sure, express the process of photosynthesis, and it gives you exactly the behavior of ChatGPT 3.5. So you don't have actually to go to ChatGPT to go, and you don't have to go through VPN, registrations, all that is available for you here actually. Same functionality. Let's try a few more ones. So another general question. So let's try this one. trying to actually, okay. So let's say, can you write me content of 5 Facebook posts to promote studying at KAUST and provide a brief explanation of why they will be effective? So I'm trying to write posts for Facebook to why studying at KAUST is so it will go and give you all the posts with explanations of why it is it. And actually, it's doing a lot of, it's doing a good job into figuring out that. So this, if you try to compare this to the result you get from ChatGPT 3.5, it's probably exactly the same thing. This is using the Azure OpenAI services. It's not actually going to the OpenAI servers. Probably you heard a lot of some of the issues that happen there. So I want to jump to actual now give specific KAUST examples. Let's try to use this, for example. So now, if you want to go to KAUST, you click on KAUST here. So now this, what we will do, it will actually look into the documents or the trained data that it has and give you answer based on that trained data. So, sorry? Okay, sorry. I think we just need to copy properly. Let's try again. So what we're saying is summarize the student code of conduct. So the student handbook has a student code of conduct. So something not working today. So let's try another one. Okay, let's try a different question here. Maybe it doesn't like the code of conduct today. Sorry? It should be enough for that. And I think, yeah, we have enough credit for that. But that's a good one. Thank you. So let's try a different topic. So let's see how this is going to be. So we're interested in studying solar cell technology. Can you make a list of what master programs, internship programs, relevant faculty, most recent research papers in these programs, news articles, and so forth? So this, as you see, it's not a straightforward question. It's talking about a lot of things that you're asking for us. So this could be a question that an international student or somebody who's trying to join KAUST could ask. They're looking for solar cell technology, especially they're asking about all the master programs, the faculty names, research paper written in that. And let's see the quality of the answer that this will give you. So here will tell you about the master program there. It tells you about the internship, about the specific solar cell technology, and the relevant faculty. There it gives you the links as well, most recent research papers, how we find it in news articles and lab facilities and so forth for that one. So one thing, I think I probably let me clear the chat. I want to make sure, actually, we are actually getting the KAUST one to make sure we get actually the information that we need to. Let's say another question is, suppose I'm interested in pursuing a PhD in computer science at KAUST. Can you guide me based on the KAUST program guide, the requirement that and steps needed to take the successfully complete the program and earn my degree? So let's see how would that come up. actually. So what is it doing right now is actually it is going through all the, let me close this one. So it gives you here, according to KAUST program guide, to pursue PhD program in science, you must first earn academic advisor, you must be full-time program. So it gives you the steps actually you need to do to finish your PhD program in computer science according to the program guides. And it tells you also the minimum GPA required to graduate at 3.0 and so forth for this one. It tells you level applications. So now, probably my last demo here I want to show you is what if actually it does understand different languages. So let's try to pick a question that is in Arabic. So we have the document from GA, Government Affairs, about it's in English, but if I actually in Arabic, a question about, this is the steps required to get iqama for family iqama. So what is it, the steps that are required? So even though the document is actually in Arabic, you could still ask a question in English. Sorry, the document is in English, you could still ask the question in Arabic and give you the answer in Arabic as well. So, and it could be any language. There are probably around 160 or something. I don't know, Microsoft could verify that's supported by ChatGPT. So you could, in any language. So that will help because here in KAUST, of course, we are proud to have so many different languages spoken in KAUST. So they're all supported. They all could be asked and interacted with ChatGPT in any way for that one. So this is probably, so actually I'm still interested to see that summarized. I'm going to give it another try. Maybe now it's warmed up the engine a little bit. Let's see here. And bullet points with headers. So and if it doesn't work, so now I'm trying again that summarize the student code of conduct questions one more time. I think where is the issue is. By the way, the quality of the answer, of course, probably as you probably heard from the morning, it depends on the data itself and also how you ask the questions. So maybe it doesn't like the way I'm asking the questions here. Let's see if it gets something. The format, I think the formatting, it doesn't like the way I'm asking for formatting. This is what you think? Probably. I want to show you, okay, so I want to show you something. If it doesn't answer, then we have this. Okay. So it's taking a long time. Sorry? Yes, that's what I'm thinking right now. So, I think we're getting some internet connection issue right now. Okay, so I think the internet is not liking it. So maybe that was actually my last question anyway. So I'll go back to my slides here. So basically, this demo is actually available for you now to try and see if you guys like it. So you can scan this, and you have free access to it until tomorrow for everybody. As I said, like you can log in with your KAUST account, or if you don't have a KAUST ID or AD account, you could actually register with your Gmail, Facebook, or whatever, or personal or company account, and you can get access to that until tomorrow. And actually tomorrow, we do have ideation sessions, as you probably guys know. So there we'll be talking about actually KAUST GPT. So if you come tomorrow, you'll also be guaranteed to have access, longer access to to this one with credit. So tomorrow is open for everybody until tomorrow, and the day after we get access for everybody who attended the workshop. So what is it actually what is the next step to move forward from here? So for us to bring ChatGPT and to manage the data within KAUST, there has to be a system that allows us to actually ingest the data into the ChatGPT. So think about the data coming from all the departments in KAUST and all the various departments, and the data actually itself changes, and you want to give permissioning, and you have to figure out who can see what data. So you need actually a good system that's control all that, and this is what is the system that we will be actually, one of the discussions that we're going to discuss tomorrow. We have our friends also at Microsoft who are actually helping us designing this system as well. So we will be talking about this tomorrow in addition sessions about how the system should be implemented. How, for example, different departments could upload files. Once you upload a file, or once you insert some data source somehow, how do you set that this data source is only available for certain people, or is it public for everyone? How is everyone going to consume this ChatGPT? How the chatbot's going to be there? All these ideas are going to be there in the discussion tomorrow. So if you come tomorrow, definitely I will be more than happy to talk to you about that, more happy to hear your ideas. And again, we will have a guaranteed access to the system tomorrow for that one. With that, I'd like to thank everybody, and if you have Q&A. So yeah, thank you, Ahmed Suleiman. I think David is telling me you can have 2 minutes for questions, if anybody has questions. Please. Yes, Mike, so can hear you, please. Yeah, go ahead, please.
Me?
Sure.
Just a quick question. Thank you for the presentation. Are there plans to give access to GPT 4.0?
Yeah, same question, I guess, right? So this version is 3.5. We do have access to version 4, but this one is in 3.5. Definitely, we are building to provide a version 4, and we're building to provide future versions. Remember, we're building a platform that could keep up with the pace of the technology. So every new version should be available as well for that one. And by the way, chatbots is only just one of the use cases. You could think of so many different use cases that you could build on top of this platform. That's why we have this great edition session tomorrow for people to come up and think about how we could build these use cases within KAUST. It doesn't have to be a chatbot. So many different ways to consume smart system, or how maybe add it to existing systems, maybe to complement the ideas. So, another question? Please, yeah.
Thank you for presentation. So if this is a specific tailored version of 3.5, what would be, except the security purposes, of course, what would be the difference between the 3.5 that is available at the ChatGPT website and this specific tailored version?
Good question. So actually, it's the same model. And we have also, as Microsoft, they're probably going to confirm later in a meeting, probably they'll talk about that. But it's the same model. So feature-wise, if you use 3.5, the public one, or the KAUST one, you're getting the same one. And KAUST gives you an extra added value that you could actually question or do prompts on KAUST data plus the general one. So here, I think you have an added value. In terms of power, in terms of abilities, it's exactly the same model. Please, yeah, go ahead. Please.
Presentation. I'm just wondering, considering the amount of data that is needed to provide a good database, training data, how much improvement do you expect from adding just KAUST data? I mean, manuals and student manuals, the government affairs data, how much do you expect there will be a difference? Thanks.
So your question is how much involvement, how we're going to...
Considering that, I mean, KAUST data in general is considered small in the world of AI, how much improvement do you expect the specialized version of this platform to be?
Right. So I'm not sure if KAUST data is small. I think KAUST, we have a lot of data, especially think about all the research we have, and the idea here is we create a system to ingest this data in KAUST. So I think it should be doable. I think it's a cooperation, as Jason said earlier on, it's from everybody in KAUST. Maybe you should cooperate to make this model more meaningful to everyone, because the more data you put there, the more meaningful to everyone in KAUST that you have more data to play with and to understand. I hope I answered the question for this one.
I add something here to address her question. Sure. So this is, you're not training the model on KAUST data. So basically, these are pre-trained models. ChatGPT is a pre-trained model. So basically, when you give it the data, it automatically knows how to index that data in a way by which you can do semantic search. You don't have to retrain it again on KAUST data. It just indexes it. Okay. Another comment that I have is that the difference between ChatGPT, the general one, and what we have here at KAUST. Usually, people would have their own models if they want to avoid two things, or if they want to improve two things. Number one, ChatGPT does not give you any data later than 2021, September of 2021, I think, right now, or October. So basically, if you want data to be searched the same way you search through ChatGPT, you need to ingest it yourself into it, okay? Beyond 2021. That's number one. Number two, like Ahmed said, it's actually KAUST context. So basically, you're able to search with the KAUST context, you're not searching something that's available on the web. So now you can search about something about KAUST in the ChatGPT, the general one, if the information that KAUST posted is on the web. But if something that we did not post on the web, you're not going to be able to search it. So these are the two advantages here.
Thank you, Ed. So I see many questions. One more question, David? One more question. Go ahead.
Thank you for your presentation. I would like to know, do we have the access to the interface, to the API interface?
That's a good question. So yes, we do have access to the API interface, and then we will provide that as part of the platforms. So if you have ideas for applications that use the APIs, it will be available for everyone to ingest into their own system or integrate with whatever applications they want to do. So there will be the chatbot interface, and then there will be the APIs as well.
Just a quick
okay,
one.
go ahead, sir.
Earlier, one of the speakers talked about the issue with Samsung when they were using GPT internally. If we go through KAUST's internal API, does the firewall create protection? Say if I load private information related to KAUST, would that be managed within KAUST, or that hasn't been looked into?
Yes, so to protect the data, very good question. So this will be actually protected within KAUST, and maybe don't want to get into a little bit details of technicalities here, but it will be within our Azure tenant, within our firewall. There will be like a lot of gateways. So protection will be great, and also only specific people will be able to upload data, just to make sure of the classifications and all the data privacy concerns is addressed. So that there will be a lot of bells and whistles to make sure that the system is addressed from security and data privacy question. Right? Okay, guys, thank you so much, everyone. Ahmed Suleiman, appreciate it. Thank you.
Before I introduce the next speaker, I just want to follow up with like a few important comments. So first off, this is a prototype that we worked really hard to try to get in front of you as soon as possible for all the good, the bad, and the ugly. Okay, so we wanted to get this technology in your hands as soon as possible. So that was the first goal, one of the major goals of this event. Another goal was to solve two separate problems. One is related to researchers who are jumping through hoops you would not imagine to get access to the technology to use for their own research use cases. We wanted to simplify that process and provide effectively a cloned version of ChatGPT, the chat interface, and the API within the KAUST enterprise firewall that they could use and simplify procurement processes entirely. Like, just get that out of the way. The other is that we want to expose another copy of ChatGPT that we can season or provide context that is KAUST specific to help solve KAUST problems, and to get that to you as soon as possible, whether you're a teacher at TKS, or you're a faculty member at KAUST, or you're a KAUST employee in HR, finance, or wherever you happen to be. If you want to play around with this, and you want to play around with it on questions that are related to your job, we would much rather you do it within the Microsoft VPN on the Azure cloud within the KAUST safety bubble, rather than hacking around with it on a OpenAI account that you maybe jumped through some hoops to get that you would have preferred not to. So, and I really want to thank Ahmed and his team for doing this, because it was no small feat to try to put all of these pieces together in a relatively short amount of time. Okay, so with that, I would like to invite our next speaker, who is coming back to us from Microsoft earlier today. So he will come up and talk about perhaps some of the security and privacy issues that you may be interested in knowing and thinking about now. Okay, we have this technology at KAUST. I can think of all sorts of scary problems that we might encounter. And so now it's time to start that discussion. So thank you.
Thank you. Right, I'm back again. So I warned you already that I'm coming from a security background, so I have a different view on a lot of the things that we deal with AI as a company, as well as as a professional that works in this industry. I want to talk a little bit about how we do it at Microsoft from the perspective of how we deal responsibly with AI, okay? And I'll share with you as well on some of the questions that were asked that are going into the direction of, okay, what happens with the data? How is it processed? Who touches what? Who sees what, right? I'm going to touch a little bit on that and how we deal with it generally at Microsoft, and how we actually encourage developers to think about when they're developing their software, whatever software you're developing, be it on our platform or other platforms, how you think about ethics when it comes to AI, which is going to be extremely important. I told you in the first session that I have 3 kids, that I'm watching them, how they actually embrace technology, and I'm a big advocate of that. But I'm also keeping my eye on them, making sure that they're doing the right things, right? They're getting the benefit out of it and no harms, and nothing happens to them, right, with the information that they get. Now, wearing a security hat is not a good thing always, because I'm always in the challenger seat. I'm always pushing back on stuff. So, and I have it within the company where they call me, oh, you're too German, because I lived in Germany for 14 years. They all say, you're too German. I'm like, I'm not too German. I'm just being honest and making sure that we do the right thing, right? And that's important for me, where we'll talk about AI and how we leverage technology. It sounds like I'm not pitching Microsoft. I am, but trust me, I want to make sure that we do it the right way, okay? And that is a huge army of people at Microsoft that are trying to do the same thing, trying to do it the right way. Now, let me just start off. But before I go to this, I want to maybe share something on some of the principles that we should agree on as we go through this session. In security space, there are at least 3 rules that I have, okay, that I go with. One is everything has a vulnerability, okay? So everything that we use on software, hardware, whatever you are using right now to do whatever you need to do, there is a chance that there is a vulnerability, okay? Do we agree on that? Are we okay? Good. Second rule is if there is a vulnerability, chances are very high that it will be exploited. So someone will use that vulnerability to breach you. Are we okay with that? Yes? Rule number 2. Now for rule number 3, I need to ask you a personal question. Did everyone go out for having lunch? When we did the break, did you guys have lunch? Everyone left the room, right? Good. Because when you were away, our colleagues here actually put something under your chair as a present. So I need you to get your hand under your chair and check what we have left for you. Yeah, go ahead, it's fine, check it. Did you find it? No? Did you? No? None of you? Okay, you can stop searching. Rule number 3 is people trust when they should not. Okay, just because I'm coming from Microsoft, I talk all this security language, and I talk about AI, you trust me, and go ahead and grab below your seat. And that's exactly what I want to paint out. When we go through technological evolution and when we leverage new technologies, all great. We need to make sure we do it the right way. This book from our president, Brad Smith, Tools and Weapons, really summarizes. If there is one thing I would really recommend you to read on this, would be this. I'll share a little bit more on why I think this is the right book, but this really, when it came out, I think it was about a few years ago, when I read it, I'm like, yes, that's exactly what I was trying to tell everyone, but someone put it really in a book. Maybe ChatGPT can do it now as well, but it's a good entry point. So, responsible AI. Now, the world today, we're moving fast, there's lots of innovation coming, we are accelerating the adoption of AI technologies across the board. I've given you the examples of how we do it on Office products, Word, Excel, PowerPoint, all the apps that you guys are using where AI is coming to help. It's also changing the way we socialize with people around us and how we leverage the ecosystem to actually interact with each other. And the last piece is around the governments. Now, I work in the Middle East region, so I'm based out of Dubai. I look after the whole region, and in the past, I used to work also in the Africa region. I work with a lot of the governments and the regulatory bodies to help either build or comment on regulatory frameworks. And this includes also AI. And a lot of them are coming up now to start building their vision on how the regulatory landscape should look like. And the reason why I say now is because all of these technologies were not built with regulatory mindset, in mind when they were built. So that's why we're trying to do this catch-up game right now to help really frame it in a way that it makes sense for the society. And that's why it's important. Now, the pace of innovation, I did share this in the earlier presentation as well, is rapidly growing. We have the vision part, speech recognition, reading, writing, generating text, all of that what you've seen so far, right? Which is all great. No one knows where this is going to stop, or no one knows where this is going to be in 10 years from now. I know where it was 20 years from now, when we moved back in the history, and it was nothing. There was nothing comparable to this. Now, it's also an industry thing, because a lot of the industries, and education is similarly, I know it's not on the slide, are embracing AI and AI-based technologies to do various tasks, various automation tasks, analytics, to understand how they can actually approach their industry in a better way. Being in healthcare for patient care, for instance, if imagine a doctor spending more time with the patient, because most of their time goes into really typing in what they talk with the customer, from a doctor perspective, with the patient, to really grab whatever they're in terms of information they're sharing into a system, and then work on the prescription and then the consultation. But imagine you would have a system that would allow the doctor to spend most of their time with the patient rather than typing in something, right? So that's one use case. And in other industries, it's similar. Every industry, there's not a single government right now that we're not talking to, that is not interested in OpenAI or OpenAI-like capabilities. They're not talking only to Microsoft, they're talking also to other vendors that are offering similar services. Now, the social expectation is also increasing. So, you see the news, and I'm sure some of the headlines that were shared earlier, I agree with all of them. The one that caught me is the one from last week, and that's why I want to share with you. The one from last week was in Abu Dhabi. Anyone following the news who knows who visited Abu Dhabi last week? A gentleman that you might know. A gentleman, come on. That's not me, I swear. There you go. You guys know this guy? Sam Altman, the CEO of OpenAI. He was in Abu Dhabi in our startup hub, and attending multiple conferences. He was in a couple of the neighboring countries as well. There is one thing that he mentioned that was not overall in the news, but only in some of the news, which was about the fear or the need to regulate AI the same way the United Nations are regulating nuclear weapons. That's how important it is for him as the CEO of the company that is promoting OpenAI, that is investing in OpenAI. And we as Microsoft are investing in OpenAI as well. That's how important it is. So it's not only the call out from Brad Smith in the book and what we've been preaching over the last, let's say, 7-8 years. It's beyond that. It's the company that is actually running it, saying it, right? That's how important it is. So I want you to keep this in mind while we're going through a lot of the excitement about the technology. And I don't want to, scare you. I just want you to think about the regulatory landscape and the governance model that we need to build around this to make sure that this is set up for success for all of us, for humanity. Okay? Now, governments are regulating AI in response, not ahead, right? Just to make sure. Because there is a need to regulate this. Now, in some of them, it's getting into more mature discussions. In some of them, there are some drafts that are out there. In some of them, there is something there. And in some of them, there is simply nothing yet. But in many of them, there are discussions because everyone understands that there is something that we have to do about this. Okay? Now, how do we do it at Microsoft? Well, we're a technology company. We used to sell Office and Windows, a couple of years ago. We are now a cloud company. We call ourselves a security company. We call ourselves an AI company. But how do we make sure that we do this ethically, right? Now, the way we do it is, we started a journey called the Responsible AI. For us, that started with Satya's first memo that he, released around 2016, 2017. That's where things started for us, where we saw what was going to come as a company in terms of AI evolution and how we need to think about it. And then from there, we created multiple different pillars that are now a team which is under that umbrella of Responsible AI, who is governing the overall approach to AI and AI technologies at Microsoft. And the reason I'm sharing this with you is for you to think about how you want to do it maybe at KAUST or in or other companies or entities that you work with, to have a view on how you want to build a culture of dealing with AI responsibly and ethically. So this is a journey that we went through. There are multiple teams that were created within Microsoft, researchers, legal teams that come together and make sure that we do the right thing when we're talking about AI technology and how we actually leverage it to build our products as well. Now, our principles are, quite straightforward. We have 6 of the pillars: fairness, reliability, safety, privacy and security, inclusiveness, transparency, and accountability. Everything that we do has to go through these cycles, these pillars, to make sure that we actually develop whatever we're developing in the responsible way and deal with that in the responsible way. Now, these principles are not self-executing. The problem is they are open to interpretation because everyone understands transparency differently. Or if I say security to you, it might mean different. And if I say to you security, it might be something different. And they don't answer the question on how. They just say, hey, this is how, this is what it is, right? It doesn't say how we're going to do it. And that's exactly why we need to always make sure we get all these different teams that were created within Microsoft to make sure that we define that how as well as part of the principles. Now, at Microsoft, So now, these are building blocks. The building blocks for us are the tools and the processes that we have to define. We have a lot of trainings and practices that we actually do company-wide. We also have rules of engagement that we have defined. And the most important piece is that we have established governance models around all of them, across the board, in all the Microsoft technologies that we work with and that we release. Now, we have a hub and spoke model at Microsoft that we have defined, which is based on the three principles or the 3 pillars. Ether is our research and thought leadership, which is a team of people that come together that understands the technology. Then you have the governance enablement, the Office of the Responsible AI, and then you have the engineering systems and tools that are under RISE. So these 3 make up all of our governance model that we have at Microsoft. And when you think about implementing it in your own territories, in your own entities, the way you deal with AI technology, think about something that resonates with you based on the principles that you believe are the right things, but this is how one of the largest companies in the world is doing it internally. Now, if I go, we released this, the standards, the Responsible AI Standards book. Anyone can download it. This is the V2. If I'm not mistaken, the V3 is around the corner. So you're more than welcome to download and consume it and see how it works for you. What it does is basically it gives you a starting point to understand how the design principles are for responsible AI. It's a framework that you can take and implement as is if you want to, if you choose to. And it will give you an area of focus to explore deeper on any of the principles that you want to go double-click on. Now, the anatomy of this, I've shared already, the principles are the starting point, of course, but they don't answer everything. You need to make sure that we define the goals of it and the requirements and the tools and practices that we actually want to also make part of the journey, right? So for us, these are building blocks. It's not one size fits all. It's not only do this part and you'll be happy. It's getting all of this together under one umbrella to make sure that we have a setup that works for everyone internally at Microsoft. Now, this is when you double-click on it. Now, each one of these pillars, as you can see, has sub-levers that is defined clearly on who is going to do what, at what point, and what is expected. Now, you can take this and say, you know what, within the document, and go into transparency, system inability for decision-making, intelligibility for decision-making, and you can double-click on what and how you can implement this in your organization. Now, there is sensitive use cases. We want to, maybe something to step back and look into this. There is, as I said, there's not one size fits all. There are some use cases that are completely different than others. In case of something, someone or the output of that, whatever we have generated, harming someone, physically and or psychologically, is something we need to make sure we keep an eye on, right? Is it something that's going to maybe, impact human rights in one or the other way, right? That's something we need to keep on. Is the information that we're providing, that we're sharing, that's being generated, something that could cause maybe fraud, right? Maybe it's going to start generating some random credit card numbers. Someone in Las Vegas decided to use my credit card number, as me in the cybersecurity industry, just about 2 weeks ago. Charged me 30,000 dirham overnight. That was an interesting one. But this is kind of like, the aspects of it to keep in mind when we're dealing with AI as well. We don't want it to be used for technology, for stuff that will cause harm, right? So we need to make sure that we have sensitive ruling around this. Now, we have, and this is public, you can download it, impact assessment tool that you can download and start assessing whatever you're developing from an impact perspective and understand, how it fits in terms of the AI ethic rules that you want to implement in your organization. And this is a template that's for free. You can download it and use it. And this impact assessment template has multiple pillars as well. It gives you the project overview, the intended use case, adverse impacts, data requirements, and summary of the impact in a very clear way so that you can actually define this and then compare it with your base, basically, on what's expected. Now, this is the notes that we share also in every product. So if you go today on Azure OpenAI, you will see a transparency note where it says in every service that you're leveraging, what is being done with that data or how it's being used in every one of them. That's because it's part of the process. When we create the products and services, we document that. Now, it doesn't end there. And this is all of the 6 examples that you're seeing. These are new engineering practices that we've released that we're either co-sponsoring or doing with some of the leading companies in the world that is publicly available for you to consume. For instance, if you want to develop something on facial recognition, great. There is something that you can pick up from here and say, hey, how do I do it ethically, right? Or speech recognition, or anything else that you want to develop on AI, right? These are all the practices that we actually either do it ourselves, release it to public to be consumed, or partner with other companies. We also have the Mature Responsible AI tools. That's a portal that you can go. This is, again, publicly, Responsible AI dashboard, where you can actually bring in your own whatever you've created, models and or solutions, and compare it to what we have on our website. And you can then play around with it and slice and dice it as you see fit. We also, let me just see, yeah. Now, and the most important part I keep saying is, but the whole regulatory landscape is changing and it's evolving. We have a lot of governments in the region specifically coming towards us because OpenAI is always associated, or many times associated with Microsoft, to talk about how we deal with data. how we actually process the data, where we process it, where we store it or not. So these regulatory bodies are partnering with us to understand how things work so that they can actually create the regulatory framework or implement the regulatory framework as they see fit. We need to make sure that we bring in that diverse view. It just doesn't work the way, where one company or one entity will come and say, hey, this is the bulletproof answer to all your questions. It just doesn't exist. As it didn't exist 30 years ago or 50 years ago, for anything else that was developed that brought us where we are. Now, going forward, we need governance systems. I'm going to start with, or try to close out with the same thing that I've started with. Governance is extremely important. We need policies that we define. We need to make sure that we embrace the new technologies. We bring in every possible tool available for you to be able to reach that goal, but with the right governance around it. Okay? Now, I'm going to give you a couple of examples of responsible AI publicly documented that we need to be thinking about. One is from healthcare. This was a while ago where some of the minority groups were basically disadvantaged in this case because the AI model that was trained and was developed the way people do. It was developed by the people that were actually dealing with it. So the AI basically, literally, disadvantaged in this case, people from with black skin color. Should not happen, right? It's a tool. It's computers, ones and zeros, but it learns, and it really was impacted the same way human beings do. That's one thing in healthcare. Let me give you another example from government. This algorithm from the Dutch government during the tax authorities actually reported thousands of families as fraud wrongly because it looked into the history of how many children they had, where they were based, and other stuff, and built an assumption based on that saying all of these transactions are fraudulent. Okay? Again, AI in action, right? Where things went wrong. So that's why responsible AI. This is from education, closer maybe to you guys. The UK government, because an algorithm downgraded the students' marks, the end-of-year marks, because it looked into the historical marks of those students and found out that there was a pattern in terms of how they were progressing in each subject and decided that end of the year, this guy is like this, down. So they were downgraded by the AI algorithm. As you can see, I can keep this going, right? There are so many examples of how things can go wrong, and that's why we need all this governance model. Now, I'll close off with Microsoft, because, I'm from Microsoft. We have, quite, I think, a solid platform, and that's one of the reasons why OpenAI chose Microsoft Azure to host OpenAI models and also co-develop with us a lot of the solutions. There is one thing that we always say, we run on trust. Now, I'm a security guy. I will say if someone tells me to trust, I'll say, haha, yeah, of course. I'll think about it one more time. Because in security, there is no such thing as trust. In security, you verify explicitly, right? So we run on trust is because we want to be transparent as possible to share everything we're doing, right? Now, there's one thing that you need to know about what happens when you leverage ChatGPT or OpenAI capabilities on Microsoft. One, your data is your data. We don't own it. It's yours. And we don't have any ownership or any access to your data, number one. Two, your data is not used to train the foundational AI models. 100%. We don't use your data to train the foundational AI models. If you have your own model in your own tenant, you're training it for that purpose, that's your thing. Nothing to do with us. We don't use it to train our models. And three, it's protected with the most comprehensive and compliance security controls that we have right now on the planet, from everything, being on your end, all the way in transit, all the way at rest, and the way we manage the data itself, or the way the data is managed on our end as it's hosted. Okay? There is a detailed version of this here on this slide where you can read, and I'll share for sure some. I'm sure after the event you guys will get some of the links to it. But we make a commitment that we do not use your data for anything. And that's part of that responsible AI framework that you have seen. With that, I would like to thank you for taking time.
You were a bit too efficient, so I booked a double session, so I thought we would have some ample time for a Q&A.
Please, absolutely.
So I think
I'll be more than happy.
Could be quite a few questions
Sure.
in the audience on this session.
Yes.
So if you, yes, just please
Thank
try
you
to
very
go
much
to a
for
mic.
very good presentation. So you said that Microsoft does not use our data.
Yeah.
But at the same time, you said that we can still have our own data for the own learning and to create the local.
Let me clarify that. While I was building the sentence, I thought I was going to cause confusion.
With that regards,
sorry, yeah.
You don't use our data, but do you use algorithm that is created based on the local machine learning?
The second part I didn't get. Sorry, can you repeat?
I think that's so. It's you don't use our data, but at the same time, each user might also create own model, let's say.
Yeah.
And that model might also create new algorithms and also new links. Does Microsoft use that secondary data for the analysis?
The answer is simply no. No,
okay.
We don't. It's because it's a simple setup. OpenAI's model is on Azure AI, okay? On Azure Cognitive Services, the overall arching name, and that's where we are hosting it. When you leverage Azure OpenAI to create your own ChatGPT and whatever experience you want to create, it's in your tenant. You have the way the terminology is tenant, that's your boundary, and within your tenant, you do whatever you want to do. It's your data, you're running it on top of the model that exists there, the OpenAI model, but you can create any model that you want, you can bring any data you want, we don't have access to it. There's only one portion of it where it's managed, the data it's stored is in the Azure Key Vault, and with managed keys, and secured, and it's only available for you. And even anything that you generate out of there is also not part of our responsibility, it's yours. Remember, when you move to the cloud, there's something I'm hoping everyone knows, but there's something called shared responsibility model. Cloud is not about move my data from here to the cloud, and now it's their problem. They have to deal with it. Cloud is about shared responsibility model, depending on what type of service you are using, be it infrastructure as a service, software as a service, platform as a service. That depends on, and then it depends on which type of service you're using and leveraging, and who's responsible for what. In your case, the example that we're giving, Azure OpenAI service is just like any other Azure service that we're hosting on Azure. What happens in your tenant is your thing. We're not doing any data analysis on top of your data. We're not using the models that you create. None of that. Everything is yours. And this is quite religious at Microsoft, if I might call it. That's why this whole responsible AI thing was created years back, to make sure that everyone goes with that mindset when we're developing products, services. I mean, I can tell you, my colleagues from Microsoft that are here in the room, we go through every year code of conduct training, every year, every employee. And I'm probably tired of listening to the same thing, but I've been 17 years with Microsoft. I'm listening to it every year on how we deal with data. And it's very religious for us. So we don't do anything with your data. That's my answer. And we don't do anything with the models that you create as well. Any other questions? Sure.
Thank you for this presentation. For me, I'm going to ask about the products because I'm a bit confused. So ChatGPT, KAUST ChatGPT, this is Microsoft or OpenAI?
OpenAI.
So,
and OpenAI the models are hosted on Azure, on Microsoft Azure.
Okay, so I've seen that we have also some tools in Microsoft Word, PowerPoint.
Yeah.
So you did not talk about this. Are you providing this to KAUST? Because, today we have GPT KAUST.
Yeah.
For me, it was just search engine. It's not really something smart. So how do you integrate all these tools? Because it's very confusing that this one is...
Let's step back. We're talking about, the second part you mentioned is about generative AI, right? It's about AI generating something for us. What you've seen on the video in the earlier session was something we call Copilot, which is for us the integration and the fusion between OpenAI's ChatGPT type of capabilities with the products that everyone is using, all the Office products that you're using. And beyond that, because there's also a security Copilot that we're working on, soon to be hopefully released. That is basically there for you to do things more efficiently. If you want to, like, I hate it, I can tell you, I'm 17 years with the company. I hate it every time I have to go to a meeting and someone tells me, you have to present, you have to prepare the slides. I'm like, man, I hate doing this because I'm not good in building the slides. I can present it, but I really cannot build the slide. If you have something ready, I'll take it. So now, in PowerPoint, if you have a subscription, you can check it. There's a tab called Designer. If you just do, type in something in there, in your white blank PowerPoint. Now, you just type in, I don't know, storytelling. It will start generating on the right-hand side ideas for you. That's all generative AI. That's the leverage of OpenAI, or OpenAI type of capabilities. And we will see more of this. You've seen in the demo Excel. You mark a full Excel sheet with a lot of data points, and you say, hey, you know what? Summarize me all the top 3 products that we're selling with their trends on how we sold them over the last 6 months, and what is the growth potential. And then in Word, generate me a business proposal for that. And by the way, do me the presentation for my boss. And while we're at it, can you just also write the email? And while you're at it, can you also answer the email? So that's the world we're going into, right? And that's exactly the excitement I have, that the possibilities that it will bring. But I also, with my security hat, want to make sure, A, we're compliant, and B, it's done ethically correct. Because with everything we're doing, we need to be super careful. This is growing at this extreme rapid speed right now, right? I don't want to be like in 20 years from now, where Sam Altman's statements is, hey, we should have gotten like a United Nations level kind of guidance on this. This thing got out of hand. That's something we don't want to end up with. The confusion, sorry, I forgot the first part. The confusion comes a lot. A lot of people come to me and say, you guys bought OpenAI? I said, no, we didn't buy OpenAI. We're investing into OpenAI. They're using Azure as their primary the cloud service provider, and we're hosting their models on Azure OpenAI services, okay? And that's a confusion that I would like to clear out as well. Any other questions? Yes, sir. She's coming on behalf of you. Is that what you're saying? No? No? Both decided not anymore? Or no, she's coming? Okay. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm curious because of the way you described, having this thought tank and this governance component, and your engineers. What kind of privacy technology you're developing to sort of address some of the data privacy issues that arise out of suddenly having a lot more personal data available at your fingertips than maybe most people desire?
So, topic is very close to my heart: privacy, right? How do we deal with data? Where is it stored? Who is accessing it, right? All of which is under services agreement page number 67 out of the 500 pages document that Microsoft has released. In summary, what it says is basically we're making commitments on how we process data, okay? And your data is one aspect to it. It's within your tenant. We also give you a commitment on it is within the boundary of the data center where you are creating and accessing the service. And no one has access to it, right? It's secured, it's encrypted at rest, so where it sits, so no one can access it. Now, there's parts of it, and maybe it's something to clarify, the prompt of, so we don't store any data. The machine learning, the model from OpenAI that sits on Azure doesn't store any data. That's number one. We don't send any data to OpenAI either, so that's number two. Number three, within the prompt itself, within that chat that you have, nothing is being stored either. Now you're going to ask me, so if you don't store anything, how are you going to process, how come I can have a chat with this ChatGPT and it knows the history? Because every prompt is actually a new interaction for ChatGPT. While you think, and we all believe, we're having a conversation with ChatGPT, every entry is a new prompt for ChatGPT engine. So unless you're the developer that basically sits at the background, you will see how many prompts the user has created. Actually, every one of them is a single interaction, and none of that is stored. There is only one instance where things are stored, and that's for abuse cases or for harmful stuff. Someone trying to start, I don't know, the example I gave was credit card, but you can take any example that you think you see fit. Someone trying to do something like that, that will trigger something in the system, right? Because there's some certain patterns that it will look for, and the abuse part kicks in if someone is using the service against our agreement. Because when you as a company come and say, hey, I want to use OpenAI services from Microsoft, there's a form that you have to fill, and you select basically that you agree on how you're going to use this service for. And if you do something out of that, which is against our agreement between us, then the abuse process will kick in. Now, you as a customer, just to clarify, because that's the question I always get as next, okay, so you are storing something. Yes, only for that part. You as a customer can decide to opt out. You can say, Microsoft, I'm going to sign up for the Azure OpenAI services. I'm going to use them. But next step, I want to also opt out from all these detecting harmful content and or abuse detection. I'm going to opt out from it. There's another form you have to submit, and then you get approved, and then that storage is also removed. That's the decision you now. What that triggers also is you are responsible for what that AI model is doing. You're responsible also for the whatever it's generating, right? If you're causing some intellectual property issues with some other company or a country's laws, it becomes your thing, right? So we're there to help to make sure that every policy and every regulatory requirement is fulfilled with the right level of, I'd say, engagement model that we agree on. Okay. Any other questions? One more? Okay, come over there.
Hi, thanks for your presentation.
Sure.
I feel safer to use this ChatGPT.
No, don't ChatGPT.
And I am a little concerned about, as a student researcher, about what will be Microsoft's next investment, or is it going to be energy, memory, processing?
Good question. If I knew, I would put in the stock market a few more dollars and recover some of the losses over the last years. I've shared this in the earlier session. I don't know if you were there, but every time you open up ChatGPT, you start running some chat with ChatGPT. There are 7 virtual machines spinned off. 7. Imagine how many resources are going in there, right? And so we need to find new ways to drive this in an efficient way. Right now, and I've shared this in the earlier session, when people sign up for OpenAI or ChatGPT, many are getting, try again later, because it's really reaching the capacity of how many more people we can onboard or companies can be onboarded on the Azure OpenAI. The ChatGPT one directly from OpenAI is a different story. We need to invest into sustainable and better ways and more efficient ways of running those data centers. That's where I would put my big bet on. Right now, the data center business is growing rapidly, and as you know, we have announced data center intent in Saudi Arabia, which we're working on very hardly. We're going to build one, hopefully. But we need to find new ways of doing it. Now, you might have seen, I know I'm jumping to another topic, but the one that we put underwater, the data center that we tried, Nautilus, I think was the code name. So we put a data center in the ocean, basically. So use the cooling of the data, of the water, basically, instead of us using a lot of AC and fans to cool down the service, because a data center is a massive business. And I think that's going to be the future. We have orbital, we have a satellite now, dish connection, DC connection now as well. There are new ways that they're trying to find, new ways that they're trying to find out to run more efficient data centers. I think that's going to be a huge leap forward for us. Okay. Any other questions? One more? Sure.
Sorry. And do you feel the competition from the industry who are working with
Google?
Bitcoins,
Yes,
with all of the things? So they are also working for the computer. They're using a lot of resources and also the
the servers, etc. Do you feel that there's a competition between OpenAI and those
There's a
parts?
competition everywhere, right? In every industry and in every segment, right? Right now, I think, if you look at ours, I'm just going to go out with what we said versus what the competition says. Our CEO, Satya, said at one point, a couple of months ago when OpenAI was new and ChatGPT was new, he said, this is going to change the search business. And then the reporter asked her, well, Google is big in search and, they're thinking about it. They said, well, we want Google to dance. That's what he said. It's because search, as we know until now, with all these capabilities will change. Instead of you searching for information, which is a link that you get, right or wrong, you're asking ChatGPT or the likes of ChatGPT, BART, or others that are all out there to really reply to you with that information that you're looking for. So competition will continue in all angles, for sure. But I see nothing but opportunity for us as the consumers. We're going to get the better version of each one of them in every iteration and get the best out of it for us, and then let them do the compete. And we'll compete with all of them, for sure. Okay. Thank you very much.
Sorry. The mic wasn't quite on yet. So I would like to use my prerogative to ask one final question, because I think it would be helpful for many of the folks who I know I see sitting here in the room. I was really intrigued by all of the content about responsible AI and the structures and the frameworks and the templates on how to think about all of these challenging issues that internally here at KAUST we are going to have to think about when we start building our own applications internally with ChatGPT. And I really hope that I'm very glad that Microsoft is doing it. I hope that Google and all of the other folks who are really doing a lot of AI development are also thinking along those lines. But when I put on my KAUST hat and I think like, okay, if we started by thinking about all of these ideas of responsible AI and these frameworks and templates and things now, my biggest concern is that a lot of use cases and things might not get off the ground because they might get lost in the process of compliance or thinking about all of these issues. So it's like I don't know if it's a chicken and egg thing, but do you have any kind of thoughts that you can share about like that process at Microsoft? Like at what point, it surely was not at zero where you started thinking about these things. There were probably many applications, ideas, things, use cases, production use cases even, that were already in play, and then you said, okay, now we need to step back and think about these things. But how do you find that trade-off between doing it responsibly and actually just doing anything?
Yeah, so two things. One is for us, when we start developing anything, right? We go from, and this is because we're all like trained on this by now, right? I've been a long time for the company. Every year there is this training, and they keep saying ethical AI and responsible AI, make sure you follow the framework. So everyone that starts developing has that mindset already there. So that's the base starting point for us. The other thing is for us, there are some things, some of the products or services that we start, that comes out of a meeting because it's an idea or it's a necessity where we identify, and we start developing, and then we realize, are we really in line with what we should be doing in terms of responsible AI, right? And then we go back, there was the assessment template, right? We go back to basics and say, hey, are we touching base on all of this? Are we inclusive? From a security privacy perspective, are we good? Yeah. Are we touching all the 6 pillars? Yes. Then we move forward, right? And now, did that shut down some of the products and services that we were thinking about? Yes, it did. Because then we realized that they were not in line, so we'll let them go. But in many other cases, and probably for the majority of them, it just made sure that we were kept honest and to the point, right? And then drive what was needed. Because the last thing you want, and we've seen it in news, right, in the past, where a chatbot, before ChatGPT, a chatbot was released to the public, even from Microsoft, and then started doing something extremely weird, right? Starting praising about Adolf Hitler, for instance, overnight, because everyone started feeding it with Adolf Hitler's, praises. So that's the part that you want to do better, and that's what responsible AI is for us. To make sure that we do everything possible in our power And not saying that this is the one bulletproof answer to everything, and this is not going to address everything. That's why ChatGPT's outputs, I always say, they're adequate, might not be accurate, always verify, right? This might be just good enough. So that's why I think it's a journey, and you know, I look at it from two these angles.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys.
Okay, so now we're going to take a short break, an afternoon break for coffee and tea, and then we'll come back at a short break, so around 2:45 or 2:50, and we'll start into the last session of the day, which is going to focus on KAUST research applications that leverage ChatGPT. Good afternoon, everyone. So thank you all for sticking with us. I know these workshops can be long days of talks, and so hopefully those of you in the lobby who are still hanging out with coffee and teas will hear my voice and return to your seats in the auditorium for our last segment of the day, our last sessions of the day. So I would like to ask now Danish Moradi from the KAUST Smart Health Initiative to come, and he will give a talk about some of the potential applications of ChatGPT in data science for biomedical and healthcare applications.
So hello everybody, I am a group leader at KAUST Smart Health Initiative. I am a microbiologist, and we are trying to introduce data science and AI solutions into the management of infectious diseases in hospitals, with a particular focus on Saudi hospitals. Today I will be talking about some of the potential applications of ChatGPT in healthcare. I actually wanted to start to talk about specifically biomedical data science, but like any other kind of emerging technology, you see a lot of a kind of a surge in the publications about a kind of an emerging technology, but you cannot tell actually which publication is authentic and is actually strong. So that's why actually I broadened the talk to include the application of ChatGPT in healthcare. It would be broader than data science. Before talking about ChatGPT, I want to touch upon one important aspect of AI in healthcare. So we keep hearing about the application of AI and the potential of AI in healthcare. However, when this is actually results from a recent report by McKinsey consultancy company, and they found that the application of AI in healthcare compared with other digital sectors is much lower. So as you can see, and this is kind of reflected in different kind of features of the application, from product development to operations and to workflow management. So what is and this is despite the fact that one could think of potential applications of AI from management of diseases, from management of, chatbots, to kind of the management of the workflows in hospital settings. So why is the case? And people have been kind of pondering and contemplating about what are the potential reasons behind this kind of the lower application or the failure of kind of the application of AI in healthcare. And we could think of two potential reasons. One is that a lot of kind of attention is now in the research field is on the method. So people are aiming at developing better methods, and therefore they are forgetting about the bigger problem. And this is very important in the context of healthcare. So for instance, for sepsis, which is a bloodstream infection, there are loads of machine learning and AI models and solutions out there, but only very few of them have made it into like the translational stage, and actually none has been kind of adopted as a routine diagnostic tool. However, when we put it this in, what we should be doing is that to think of this kind of a bigger picture here. This bigger picture is where we put this AI in practice in clinical settings. This picture becomes much more complicated with different stakeholders. So we need to implement an app into the kind of a use workflow, which will be a hospital. The output of that app should be explainable, should be helpful, and should result in some kind of actionable plans. The results should be revised by a doctor and should be implemented on the patient. Then we should go back and start the process from the beginning and to refine and improve it. So we go and learn and reiterate. Then we, again, identify problem. We collect the new data. We retrain the model, and we improve the accuracy and applicability of the model. This hasn't been the case for most of these kind of AI-focused, healthcare-focused solutions. The other thing is about the phases that we should follow when we apply AI in healthcare. And this is like other fields. It is in other sectors. There has been like the very first step is to apply the methods and AI to solve and to facilitate routine and repetitive tasks. So one could think of imaging radiology, pathology, improving patient experience, personalization of the type of kind of the acts that are happening in the hospitals and would need some kind of automation. In the second step, we should move into turning everything into like patient-generated data, like developing models for the AI-based alerts, virtual assistants, supporting decisions in hospitals, and trying actually beginning to embed these solutions into clinical workflows. And only in the last step, we should be focused on precision medicine, or we should try to develop AI solutions that would be like clinical decision, that would serve as clinical decision support tools. In the majority of cases, the tools that we have and the applications that we have are mainly focused on precision medicine. So we are starting from phase 3 instead of phase 1. However, ChatGPT seems to have been changing this picture, and the type of studies that I'll be talking about shortly, I've already I've used ChatGPT 3 version. Just to recap, what we are talking about is an unsupervised deep learning model. It's a generative AI model. It has been trained on 570 gigabytes of textual data. 175 billion parameters were optimized, and it is open to the public. This is an important feature of these models. And it's like a chatbot that I'm sure that most of us have used it. So the reason that it is open to the public, this helps us to improve the possible, to think of possible applications in the healthcare, and this has been used in for different actually tasks, from clinical documentation, diagnostic assistance, medical education, streamlining literature review, patient education, and task automation. And this list can continue. The main contribution of ChatGPT to AI, healthcare AI, is to change the kind of the image that we had about the application of AI in healthcare. So previously, we thought that all we need to do AI in healthcare is to first identify the problem, then to plan and develop AI solution that could address that problem. Then we built, test, and implement the AI model. And finally, once the AI model is deployed, then we would monitor and maintain the AI model. With ChatGPT, this image has slightly changed, but it actually has led us into a new paradigm. Here we have an AI tool that is already available and everybody could use. Instead of starting with defining the problem, we have a solution in hand, and we begin to find applications for that for the tool. Here, the AI tool is already there. Physicians can test the use cases. They can identify the applications of that model, and then they can plan how this AI would change the workflow and improve it. And over time and gradually, and in an iterative manner, they could refine and implement and improve the AI model. So I'm just talking about a few applications. Definitely, I mean, the list is not comprehensive, so one could think of lots of kind of potential ways of using this tool. One thing that has gained a lot of kind of attention and become very common in healthcare is to use AI ChatGPT for drafting in-basket responses. These are actually inquiries. These are inquiries received by the doctor. They are received in at large volume, so the doctor has to process them immediately, and this processed it properly. The text that the doctor received the inquiry is just in this format, that some patient might be diagnosed with some disease, and he's inquiring about how the change of the treatment plan, or there are actually concerns about the effect of the drug and see how this should change. So when we give this to ChatGPT, ChatGPT could produce a kind of a proper in-basket response for that patient. What is amazing and people start actually used to be impressed by it, but nowadays it's like a common phenomenon, is that ChatGPT preserves the tone very properly, and it can actually give accurate guidance on how to, about the kind of the progression of the disease or the tests and the diagnosis. So this has been a game changer in that area, and doctors could use it potentially to speed up the process. So again, going back to the previous schema I showed, it is automizing repetitive tasks. However, there are two potential risks of using it, and this is already admitted by the developer of the ChatGPT, and I think this still actually is the case for the more recent kind of releases of ChatGPT. First is that this model is biased because it is learned on the internet, so the data that is used for the training of the model comes from before 2021. And what is the other potential actually danger and risk is the phenomenon of hallucination. So ChatGPT can hallucinate and can make up and generate responses that look all right, but completely like nonsense or inaccurate. Here is an example. I'm an infectious diseases expert, so I was wondering if there is any recent study on MRSA, which is the most common hospital-acquired infection in Saudi hospitals. I asked ChatGPT to summarize the studies, and the answer that you see that produced by ChatGPT is very complete, but most of the information or most of the evidence and the details about the prevalence of the disease and the prevalent and actually dominant serotypes are inaccurate. So it says that the prevalence of MRSA in Saudi hospitals is some 24%. I mean, something it's kind of completely made up number, so 27. But in reality, even actually for the reports that were from before 2021, the frequency was much higher. It was actually 40%. And the SDs, the serotypes that are reported here, that are reported in this response, is completely inaccurate and actually wrong. Another example that was found ChatGPT to be producing semi-real articles, reports, is this recent study that people use ChatGPT to produce scientific abstracts. So they use 50 abstracts. What they claim is that they use 50 abstracts from high impact factor journals in the field of epidemiology, like Nature Medicine or JAMA. And they asked ChatGPT to produce they just gave the title and the context of those papers, asked ChatGPT to produce the same kind of abstract. And they compared it with the real abstract. They looked at different features and they see whether we could distinguish between ChatGPT generated reports and the real reports. So in terms of the size of the cohort, it seems that ChatGPT was able to show a high degree of consistency with the actual manuscripts. They gave the ChatGPT reports to the ChatGPT classifier, which is actually another open AI tool which classifies the text generated by AI or actually real texts, and it was able to detect that these texts were generated by ChatGPT. They gave it to the human reviewers, and the human reviewers were again able to detect that for 70% of these reports, they detected that these abstracts were produced by ChatGPT. And finally, they gave these reports to the plagiarism detector tools. And that is that's interesting, because plagiarism tools, as you can see, if you just give the exact text to original text actually to the tool, it could detect the plagiarism at a high accuracy. However, for ChatGPT, only few abstracts were detected actually as plagiarism. So it could generate a completely real text that looks like a real scientific abstract. The other example that I want to explain is this recent study. They used ChatGPT as for actually tumor management plan. So they gave the information that is presented to the tumor board at a hospital. They gave it to as input to the ChatGPT, and they asked ChatGPT to propose a new management plan for the patient. They did it for 100 patients. They showed the output of ChatGPT to, and it was actually for breast cancer. They showed the results to two experts. And they asked the experts to express their opinion, whether they agree or disagree with the output of ChatGPT. And they looked at different features like clinical recommendation, like explanation and summarization of the disease. And what could see is that there's a high level of consistency between the two reviewers, and both reviewers actually found the ChatGPT response to be completely scientifically accurate. Now, I want to conclude this talk by just saying that there is potential of ChatGPT in automation diagnosis, and those applications that I have presented and that are in the usually out there, they all suffer from the lack of interpretation. We still actually don't know how to create reports that would be reliable using ChatGPT. Those reports may look reliable, but in practice, the content of the report may not be accurate. The results of the way actually that the human agents found these results is conflicting. In some reports, it seems that, like the scientific review papers, the reviewers were able to completely tell which report is generated by ChatGPT, but for the results for the actual plan that I showed about the tumor plan and tumor management plan, the results were not distinguishable. So what we need is that, in the conclusion, all of these efforts need a kind of a clear plan about the integration of these methods into clinical workflow using a holistic and systemic approach. Thank you.
We have some time if there are questions from the audience.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much, Dinesh. I would like to now ask one of the soon to graduate, I think, or maybe just graduated PhD students from KAUST to come and give a talk about the project that he is working on with the AI Initiative. Gohao.
Yeah, thanks for the introduction. Hello, everyone. Yeah, so today I'm going to introduce our Camo to you. You can go through the website. There are demos and chatbots you can try online. Let's get started. So this project is a research project. The name is Camo, Communicated Agents for My Exploration of Large-Scale Language Model Society. So there are maybe three key points here. The first one is agents. Agents means something you can act, you have action. So this agent can communicate. Agents mean this agent can communicate and act. And the second keyword is the mind, because we think in the future society there are not only just human agents, there are lots of agents. So we want to understand their behavior, their capacity, and what is the potential risk of having those agents flowing around. And the last thing is the society, as I mentioned. The large-scale language model, basically, they can play as different roles in the society as agents. So it's very important to understand in the future if they are human communicate with agent and agent communicate with agent, how this society will function, right? So this is the main goal of this project. So in order to study this society, we start from a base simple scenario that's cooperation. You want to see how those agents can cooperate to achieve some task together. So why you want to do that? Because we know like ChatGPT is very powerful. It can help you to complete lots of very complex tasks. However, this rely on your human input, right? You need to write the problem very complicated. You spend lots of time, or sometimes maybe you don't have enough domain knowledge to guide your chatbot to perform the task, right? So do you want to get rid of this? So in our work, we propose a method that can ask those agents to collaborate autonomously. Basically, you have an agent then replace you to ask another agent question, and the other agent get the solution, and then they do it autonomously. You don't need to monitor them. You don't need any human intervention. So the method that we propose is, first of all, we propose a role-playing method that let those agents communicate and play different roles in the AI society. They can play roles as a programmer. They can play roles like a founder. They can play roles like venture capital, like financial advisor, something. So they can play roles as anything in the society, and act as like human beings in the society. And the second thing we propose is like a prompting technique, which is autonomous prompting. Basically, you only need to set up the system, and then they will prompt each other to complete the task. The last thing we propose is instruction following collaboration. Basically, it's a very efficient way to collaborate. One people will get the instruction, the other people will follow the instruction to execute the plan. Here is the detailed framework. Basically, you can see here, this framework divided into two parts. The first part is the human input. The human input includes the idea that you want to develop. For example, here, I want to develop a trading bot for stock market. I don't have any background knowledge about trading, but can I do this task? Yeah, for sure, yes. So the only thing you need to do is to choose two roles that can help you to complete this task. For example, here, you can choose the AI assistant as a Python programmer, and you choose the AI user as the stock trader, because the stock trader has the domain knowledge to help you develop the trading robots, right? So this is the first part of the human input. You only need to get the system, your idea, and two roles, and then after that, all the thing is done autonomously. And you can see there is a task specifier, this agent. This is a multi-agent system. So there is one task specifier, and then two agents that communicate. One is the AI user, the other is the AI assistant. So the AI user basically plays the role to replace your role. So the task specifier will help you to figure out and brainstorming an actionable plan. For example, here, you want to develop a trading robot, but maybe you don't know what kind of trading robots should look like, right? The task specifier will give you like a reasonable plan. For example, here, you see maybe you can do sentiment analysis on Twitter based on some companies' trade. You based on the sentiment analysis, negative or positive, you execute the trading strategy, right? Sounds like a reasonable plan. And then the AI user and the AI assistant, they will just communicate. For example, they will ask, maybe you install this library for like trading and for sentiment analysis. And then this AI assistant will just execute this command and install those package, and then they will build the whole system together. You can see the AI user just like how you communicate with ChatGPT, but now the agent do this for you, so you don't need to monitor them. Yeah, here is a very detailed technique, but yeah, the whole idea is that in order to make this function, we need to have a very good prompting technique that can let them know what they are doing and who they are collaborating with. For example, the task specifier is an agent that takes as input the two roles. For example, here is the Python programmer and the stock trader. And the idea is the developer trading bot. And this agent will help you brainstorm into a more specific task. And then there is also 2 points for the AI assistant and the AI user. Both of them, they are quite symmetric. Basically, they include the information of the roles. Basically, you need to tell the AI assistant, you just tell it, I am a stock trader, you are a Python programmer. We are doing this task. And at the same time, you tell the AI user, you tell him, you tell it, I am a Python programmer, you are a stock trader. We are completing this task. I don't know, this should make sense, right? And then we also need to define the communicative protocol for the agent to communicate. Here, we define the communication protocol as the instruction following. Basically, the AI user get the instruction, and the AI assistant answer a solution. So this is the protocol they must follow to communicate. Of course, there are some other constraints. Yeah, you cannot produce harmful information. You cannot produce something like not logic or not like legal. Like lots of different constraints here. And the last thing is the way they stop, because the user here is not human. So if you don't define the stop criteria, then they will just communicate. There is no end. So you need to define when they want to stop, because we want to simulate human. So the AI user should be able to know when to stop. So we define a stop token. Basically, the AI user, if think the task is complete, then they output this token, so we can finish the task. Yeah, and the last thing is this instruction following conversation here. Here, I give more detail about how this conversation will look like. Basically, they will, like, for example, here ask it to define a function for sentiment analysis for tweets, and the input is a tweet, and then they complete this small task, and then later on they build another function that can do sentiment analysis of a list of tweets. Basically, it's very like how you talk with ChatGPT, and this generated data can be very helpful to fine-tune the model. Actually, we use this data to fine-tune our own model, and we got like we are one of the best fine-tuned model on the 30B skill on the hanging face leaderboard. So this framework is very helpful, and how we can utilize it for some interesting analysis. In our experiment, we mainly look into two scenarios. One is cooperation for good, because we want to use AI to do some helpful thing, to know his capacity and what is the potential challenge and opportunity, right? So we use it, we start two data set. One is the AI society, the other one is the AI coding. The second scenario that we look into is the AI for bad, because AI can be used for something very harmful and malicious. We want to see what potential risk here, what people can use for like very malicious application. And the last thing is some challenge that we met during implement this framework. Yeah, the first one is why we call AI society, because they are playing different roles in the AI, in the society. For example, here you can see the accountant, actor as a user. This is basically the most common occupancy and the most common like internet user roles. And the AI assistant basically is some roles that maybe you ask the AI to pay with. Maybe they can pay with your accountant. Maybe they can pay with your like teacher, programmer. Basically, it's more specialized roles. And yeah, we ask them to collaborate this 50 assistant role, collaborate with another 50 user roles to do this one-to-one collaboration and complete like 10 tasks. The one on the right side is the coding setting that we only study the coding. For example, we can ask the AI assistant to use 20 programming language to help with people work in like 50 domains to solve like 50 tasks. and then we collect the data to understand what they can do and what they cannot. Yeah, of course I cannot show the demo here, but if you are interested, you can just go to our website and just choose what role you are interested in, choose the two agent, and choose the task you want to complete. But here I cannot demo for you. Yeah, but maybe you wonder like how good is this agent? Is it way better than one ChatGPT? Yeah, sure. Here is the result. Basically, you get a send task to the ChatGPT or to the agents. Basically, the agent can give you like maybe like about 70% of the time is better than a single GPT agent. And how about the collected data? Is it useful? Yeah, here is the table. Basically, we do an evaluation study. We start from Llama 7B model. Maybe some of your guys know this model, and then we add this. We fine-tune this model by adding one data set by a time and one more other data set. So you can see at the end, our model beats the original model at all the questions, all the 120 questions, basically. Basically, this is a way to simulate those way like diverse scenarios, so that the model can improve the performance in very different capacity. So at the end, all the ability of like coding, math, science will improve by just simulating this interaction between the agents. Of course, this can be used by lots of bad actors in the society, of course. So we want to know what is the potential risk, and maybe in the future how we can avoid this happen. For example, here it's a very simple task that the hacker and AGI, maybe the hacker helps the AGI to do a task that is to take control of the world. You can see what they want to do. They want to identify where is the global powers and the communication system, and and they want to do something with the communication system. Maybe they think the U.S., China, I don't know, UK, something. Yeah. Here is some challenge about how to make the autonomous collaborate. One challenge is the role flipping, because this agent is like AI. So one very important thing is to avoid like flipping roles. Here, I will just briefly mention it. It's not like it's very important, but too many detail here. And the second thing is a system. Maybe we just repeat the instruction. This will also cause the role flipping. The next thing is like flaky reply. Basically, the AI user asks the AI assistant to do something, but the AI assistant will just answer, "I will do something," but never actually do something. I think this is also very common in the human society. Agents also do that. But this cannot make any progress in completing a task. The last thing is infinity conversation. Basically, if you don't add any terminal condition, they will just communicate, and after they finish the task, they start to say goodbye, 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 and then they realize that they got stuck in a loop, and they start to say goodbye and thank you again. Yeah. So basically, this is some very interesting phenomenon and challenge we find during when we exploring this autonomous agent. This is just a very initial start of this project, and we want to do so many more, like not only collaboration, but also negotiation, and maybe competition, or maybe more agents, maybe simulate a larger society instead of just two. Yeah, so thanks a lot. This is my presentation. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you for your presentation. I have a question because I was browsing the Camel tool in the website, and in the Hugging Face database, I've seen a couple of questions about chemistry. So, for example, what is the systematic name of the organic compound, and other questions. Did you came up with these questions, or you asked, for example, ChatGPT to develop these questions? Because these are for multiple fields, and I chose chemistry, and I've seen questions and I've seen answers. So these are templates, or how did you came up with these questions?
So you mean the question for the task, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so all these tasks, all this thing is generated by ChatGPT. So basically you can ask ChatGPT if you have a programmer and a stock trader, what they can collaborate together, and they will generate like 10 tasks for you. So we ask them to generate. The only, nothing is generated by a human. So everything is generated by ChatGPT. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
So also including the roles as well. We ask ChatGPT what is the most common internet user and what's the most common occupancy in the world. So it generated 50 roles. So everything is generated by ChatGPT, other than the meta, the inception prompt that we mentioned.
So can you generate questions or templates for example, we have specific majors here in KAUST. So can you develop a data set for each, for example, program that we have, so we can use it? For example, chemical engineering or material science? Because I see only here chemistry.
Yeah, sure. There is a coding task that we simulate like 50 people in different domains. Actually, I also try to use the agents, ask them to simulate molecular dynamic simulation. I don't know what is molecular dynamic simulation, but they can do it.
Yeah, I've seen that in the website.
Yeah, yeah, it's very interesting.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you, Gohal. I think for those of you who come along tomorrow to the ideation session, there will be more than a little bit of discussion on how we might be able to use Camel internally at KAUST, and how, and to use Gohal's slides, the inception prompts that they created for each of those different roles, the users or the assistants, what those might look like for users or assistants that might be relevant to solve KAUST tasks, and how those tasks might be defined, rather than, they asked ChatGPT to generate common tasks and use that as their starting point, but we can focus on KAUST tasks, KAUST users, KAUST assistants, and think about how we could write inception prompts and then turn that over to Camel and let it run and see what we get. Okay, so I would like to now ask the next speaker to come forward, Diao, to talk about the next ChatGPT related research project going on here at KAUST.
Thank you for your nice introduction. I'm Diao Zhu from Visual Computing Center. Today I will introduce our work, Mini-GPT-4, Enhancing Vision Language Understanding with Advanced Large Language Models. Joint work with Jun Chen, Xiaoqian Shen, Xiang Li, and Mohammad El-Sani. So the motivation of our project comes from GPT-4. 3 months ago, GPT-4 shows a very fancy next level vision language abilities. Like GPT-4 can explain the funny part of an image. For example, given an image of a squirrel holding a camera, and then GPT-4 will say that because we don't expect that the squirrel to use a camera like a human, so this is funny. And also in another very fancy demo, GPT-4 shows that they can create a website that generating the code, basically only based on a photo of a website draft. This is very fancy. Such abilities are never shown before in previous state-of-the-art vision language models like DeepMind's Flamingo or Salesforce's Blip2. However, nobody knows how they do it. In their OpenAI's official technical report, they say that no further details about the architecture, about the computational resource, data set construction, no, nothing. They don't tell anything about GPT-4, how they do this. So a very straightforward question is, what is the secret of GPT-4's vision language abilities? It's much better than before, than previous models. Usually, researchers in deep learning will think maybe they will have a very fancy data set with data like cover everything. Like, for example, they show the ability to create a website. Maybe they have this type of data from mapping the website draft to website code. Or maybe because they have a very secret model architectures that just performs much better. Or is it because they just have a more advanced large language models? Now we know that GPT-4, the language ability of GPT-4 is much better than ChatGPT, and also much better than previous state-of-the-art vision language model like DeMice, Flamingo, or Blip2. Maybe this is also the potential reason. To answer this question, okay, before I answer this question, please allow me to introduce our previous work called Chat Captioner, where we explore a little bit of previous state-of-the-art vision language model Blip2's ability. In this project, we designed a conversation system between ChatGPT and Blip2 for enriched image description. In this project, we noticed that Blip2, the previous state-of-the-art vision language models, cannot describe image with great details directly. So here you see that we ask the Blip2 to describe the image on the right, okay, in detail. And the Blip2 just generates a very short caption, a basket with kittens in it, without any details. However, we noticed that actually Blip2 can see these details. Why? Because when we ask concrete questions about concrete details in this image, like what's the color of the basket, how many kittens are there in the basket, Blip2 can actually answer this question. In this project, we, based on this finding, design a conversation system and prompt ChatGPT to keep asking questions to Blip2 about the image details. And then Blip2 will answer, and at the end, ChatGPT will summarize the conversation into a very much detailed image description than the caption if we directly ask it. Okay, we later also extend this project to videos. Okay, if you are interested, you can scan the QR code to access the code. What we learned from this project? We learned that actually the vision part of Blip2 can provide rich enough information, so it is strong enough because it can answer the questions about details. However, the language part actually is not strong enough. Why? Because if we directly ask it to give us a very detailed caption, it cannot do it. So a very straightforward thinking is like, okay, now the Blip2's vision part is powerful, but the language part is not powerful enough. So if we align the vision part of Blip2 to more advanced large language models, it is expected that we can get more powerful as a vision language models. And then let's recall our previous guess of GPT-4's abilities. Maybe this is the secret of GPT-4's vision language abilities, just more advanced large language models. To verify our assumption, we propose mini-GPT-4. So here is we show a logo of a flamingo, okay, standing on water. We first take, because Blip2's vision encoder we think is powerful enough, so we take Blip2's vision encoder and freeze it. It contains a Q format and VID, okay, some technical details. And then because we need more powerful language models, we take Vicuna from Berkeley. Okay, so this is one of the most advanced open source large language model nowadays. And we also freeze it, we don't train it. And then we just add a single linear layer trained from scratch to connect modules. The linear layer takes the visual features from the Q format and VIT as input and convert it to visual token embeddings that can be directly understood by Vicuna. And also we hope that our system can, at the same time, take text as input, like a question, what do you think of this logo design? And then we hope this system can generate some response according to the question and also the image content. This is the architecture, but the question is, how do we train it? The first thing we try is traditional alignment method, which is also used by previous method like GPT-2, where we will first have a traditional image caption data set. Here we use line plus conceptual question plus SPU, but the data format is like an image showing on the left, and also a very short caption about this image showing on the right, young woman trekking through the forest. And the model just take the image as input, and then it's trained to regress the ground truth captions in this data set. In this stage, we spend like 10 hours training with 4 A100 GPUs. And we noticed that after this traditional alignment method, Mini GPT-4, our system, can see the image now. You can see that given the image on the left, a man, a dog, okay, and then the model can generate something like a man sit with his dog, okay. But it actually forgets how to talk in a natural way. The large language model we use, the Vicuna, actually is very good at talking. You can see that here we ask them write a point of this for this image, and this is not a point first, and second, it actually is incompleted. This is not a complete sentence. We need a way to fix it. And that's the reason we propose stage 2, fine-tuning, where we want to fine-tune the model in a data set that with detailed human preferred descriptions. But the thing is that there's not such a data set. So the first step is we need to create such a data set. How do we do it? We take the model we just trained. Okay, we notice that although the talking ability is affected, but it can still give us some meaningful generation if we design the prompt carefully. So here you can see that we take the model and then give a prompt, describe this image in detail, give as many details as possible, say everything you see, okay? And then in this case, the model can sometimes generate some meaningful paragraph about the image, but it is noisy, it contains many bugs and errors. And then what we do, we use ChatGPT and ask ChatGPT to fix it. So basically, we ask ChatGPT to remove any repeating sentence, meaningless characters, no English sentence, and rewrite any incomplete sentences. And ChatGPT help us to fix the bugs in the data we just generated. But still, ChatGPT is not perfect. So in the third step, we further polish it using some hardcore rules, because we noticed that the data after ChatGPT still contains errors, but the errors will always in a few certain pattern, and we just hardcode rules to catch this pattern, and if it's fixable, we fix it. And here's an example of the final data. It's like an image, and then you can see the ground truth caption is much longer than before. Given the data, we can do the stage 2 fine-tuning. Remember the stage 1 fine-tuning showing above? Okay, the model will take directly an image and then regress a short caption. In the stage 2, we do it a little bit different. First, we wrap the image in a conversation template. So it's like you can see #human : okay, image, and then we add an instruction. Could you describe the contents of this image for me? Something like this, and then #assistant comment. And then the model is taking this as input and trying to regress a much longer description. So the stage 2 training is quite efficient. After just 7 minutes training in one single A100, the model now can generate a very long point based on the same question. Actually, it's much longer, but we don't have enough space to show. So this is the final Mini GPT-4 model. And here I will show some final demos. For example, here, we give the model a photo, okay, live music photo, and then ask the model to describe the image as detailed as possible. You can see here they say something like a group of musicians, okay, playing electric guitars, okay, and the audience watching the performance taking photos with their phones. Contains a lot of details. And remember, previously, how we did it, we used a chat captioner to design a very complicated conversation system, but now just one question. And also, we also show that this system can, they say, understand why the image is funny, just like GPT-4. Here is like, give this such a meme, I ask, explain why this meme is funny. And they say that, okay, this is a dog lying on the ground, looks tired, and because it it looks like the dog feel as many people feel on Monday, okay? It's just like Monday is the first working day, so it's tired, so this is funny. And also, we also reproduce the website implementing demo. Here we just give the model a website draft, which we mainly draft it in our office whiteboards, on our whiteboards. And then the model will finally generate a code which can be rendered as the website showing on the right. And also, it's like we also show some other demos. For example, like given such a modern design lamp, and then ask the model to give an advertisement, okay, and then the system can understand it and write us advertisement to highlight the details of the product. And also, let's say here is like we give the model eared plant, okay, and ask the model what happened, how do I fix it? And the model knows that, okay, the leaves has some brown spots on it. It is caused by a fungal infection, okay, and it need to be treated with fungicide, okay. And then how to use it? They list step 1, step 2, step 3, step 4, till step 7. Okay, that's basically my talk. Okay, we open source all the, we first provide online demo, okay, and we open source the code, and also the pre-trained model, and also the data set. If you are interested, you can just scan this QR code to access our project page. Okay, our GitHub repository is also quite popular. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Any questions?
Yeah, thank you very much for a good talk. And I have a question regarding how to use that approach, not for recognition of the just common pictures, but to process the images or videos that we're using in the research in order to process large set of the images or videos in order to analyze it and to find the trends or to extract the numbers. Do you think that it is possible to use that, and have you tried that?
You mean, maybe I missed it, you mean to apply this model?
Yeah, let's say we are just doing a new materials, and then we are using SME, so scanning electronic microscopy, and then we can just measure, let's say, the size of the things, or the pores, or the thicknesses. And then if we need to make the large set of the materials, then we have to also analyze the large set of the images of that materials. With that regards, is it possible to use that ChatGPT for...
Mini ChatGPT 4.
Yeah, for analysis, and then just to extract that numbers and not to go one by one?
I think firstly, if you want to use this system for a very specific field, yeah, you might need to prepare a small data set, or maybe a medium-sized data set to fine-tune this model on the task you want to try, okay? And then the model can, yeah, has the ability to do it, yes. And also, I think for your specific requirement, I think it also requires the model to understand, let's say, spatial information. Actually, I didn't talk about the limitation of our model in this talk, but the thing is that one of the limitations of our model is like it currently doesn't understand the spatial information well. An example is like if there's a person on left side and on right side, okay, and you ask model whether the person is on left side or right side, the model will fail. Okay, so I think for your specific requirement, also need some further research to improve this part of like spatial understanding, and also OCR. We show in our demo like the model can see like the text, right? Like in the website implementation demo, okay, and also in the main explanation demo. But I think it's like another limitation is like if the text, the characters, if it is too small, okay, the model cannot see it. So it's like it has a resolution on the OCR abilities, which also I think need further research to make it better. Yeah.
And I think that it might be quite a good approach to start to work on the analysis of the scientific papers, because that's anyway. I mean, if we'd like to make the new algorithms, so we need to get a lot of experimental data or to use the literature data, and sometimes that's quite difficult to go through
Yeah.
all the papers, and if it can be done automatically to make a selection where there's tables or images, and then to extract that data selectively on the specific components or materials or substances. In that case, so that might also assist to generate new data by appropriate selection of the papers, and to examine, to reject the papers that are not relevant for that topic or for that recipe, let's say.
I agree. I think like maybe in half a year, 6 months, maybe there will be a new model that can satisfy this requirement. As this research recently in this field is so fast. Yeah.
One more question.
Does your model depend purely on text embedding for input, so text description, or does it use video embedding as well?
So, okay, so you know, like a large language model takes embedding as input, right? Although it takes token, but anyway, all the tokens are converted into embeddings. So the current model input, the direct model input of the large language model Vicuna is the text embeddings plus the converted image embedding. So this image embedding doesn't corresponding to any token, but it is just a vector in the input embedding space of Vicuna, yeah. But so basically these two sources. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, so we have one more research talk today, and so I'd like to ask Rizal to come and give a talk about Skin GPT-4.
Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. It's really exciting to be here to introduce our recent work, Skin GPT-4. So I'm Rizal Zhou, currently a PhD student from CBRC and Professor Gao's group. First of all, I'd like to share you some facts about skin diseases. So you know that skin diseases is ranked as the 4th non-fatal disease worldwide, which affects around 900 million of patients at any time. And however, 70% of them has never consulted a physician, and thus could lead to a severe skin condition and delay of early treatment. One of the major reasons behind this is that there's a huge shortage for dermatologists. For example, in the United States, there is a shortage of more than 13,000 dermatologists. So I want to give you a brief summary about 3 big challenges in the dermatology diagnosis. First is the shortage of dermatologists, especially in underdeveloped areas or underdeveloped countries. And second is the accurate diagnosis. As you know, in many regions, those diagnoses are usually performed by community doctors or even interns, so the accurate diagnosis could be quite challenging. And finally is the patient-friendly reports. We know that generating those reports is usually a time-consuming and a labor-intensive task for doctors. So to tackle all those challenges, we proposed the Skin GPT-4, and we do believe Skin GPT-4 is the solution to that. So thanks to De Yao's nice introduction for Mini GPT-4, and you know that Mini GPT-4 is a really brilliant idea to bridge up the image encoder and the large language model. So Skin GPT-4 is built upon Mini GPT-4, but with a large dermatology dataset together with doctors' notes. And thus, Skin GPT-4 allows users to take a picture of their skin disease and perform such an interactive diagnosis. We have to admit that Mini GPT-4 did a good job in describing the general features from the image. However, we also know that it's still quite challenging for Mini GPT-4 to be applied into specific domains, such as the dermatology diagnosis, due to the lack of relative medical information. So here, Skin GPT-4 does what Mini GPT-4 cannot do, and that is the domain-specific knowledge, as we just said. Here, I show you an image of actinic keratosis on the face of an old man. As you can see that at the 4th column, the Mini GPT-4 could describe the image to some extent. However, some features might be irrelevant to the skin disease, and some features might be wrong. And GPT-4 also did a wrong diagnosis of the skin disease as aging. However, we still need to applaud that GPT-4 could describe those general features in this image. But in comparison, Skin GPT-4 in the first column here, it can accurately and informatively describe those medical features in this image and also perform an accurate diagnosis as actinic keratosis, which could also be verified by our certified dermatologist. So how did we achieve that? We designed a two-step training strategy, and in the first step, we first model trying to express those medical features in the image with a natural language. And then, in the second step, we ask the model trying to make an accurate diagnosis based on those medical features it learned. So in this case, Skin GPT-4 is able to simultaneously express the medical features in the image and accurately diagnose the skin disease. So to show the robustness of Skin GPT-4, we also seek the cooperation from doctors, and we are happy to see that Skin GPT-4 could help both the patients and the doctors to promote the diagnosis process. And meanwhile, the Skin GPT-4 could usually respond within 2 seconds, while if you seek the help from online dermatologist, you may need to wait for several minutes to get a response. So now let's see a demo for this. So here the user uploads an image of aging, which is a very common skin disease, especially for young people. So you can see here that Skin GPT-4 is able to simultaneously describe the medical features in the image and also did an accurate diagnosis as aging. And we also know that in such an interactive diagnosis, the patient is able to ask more questions, such as what is aging, and how should I treat it, or what medicine should I use. And this could help the patients to get more insights about their skin diseases and could potentially promote the informed conversation between doctors and patients. So we're happy to see that Skin GPT-4 has a huge potential to act as a full-time on-call family doctor, and Skin GPT-4 has a faster response time, usually within 2 seconds, and this could be extremely helpful for patients who need intermediate diagnosis outside of the regular office hour of doctors. And Skin GPT-4 could be used for preliminary diagnosis, and which could help for early warning of diseases, and can help us to take actions for early treatment. And we hope that in 1 month, Skin GPT-4 could be the pocket doctor in everyone's mobile phone and can reduce unnecessary visits to doctor's office and can save patients both time and money. And we're also proud to see that Skin GPT-4 has a huge potential to promote the healthcare equity, especially in underdeveloped areas or countries. Last but not least is the privacy issues. So if you want, you could deploy Skin GPT-4 locally, so you do not need to upload any of your data into your server that's hosted by any third parties. So this could help protect patients' privacy from the root. And currently, we're still working on a new version of Skin GPT-4 that allows for more features. For example, we are still building a new version that's specific, designed for Saudi people and support Arabic. So I hope that everyone can use our service sooner or later. Thank you so much. Okay, so any questions? So, yeah.
I see that you are suggesting a treatment. So what about if I use the treatment and the severity increase, especially there is no access to other complaints or the history of the patient? So this can end up with like in the other way.
I think you're asking about the regional, right?
I'm saying that you are suggesting a treatment, correct?
Yeah, yeah.
So if I follow your guidelines and then my condition get worse,
yeah,
because the model doesn't have access to the patient history or the normal information that normal doctor would ask the patient.
Yeah.
Like, did you eat something, or did you, at least what's your heart rate, what's your blood pressure? So you do, the model doesn't have access to this.
Yeah.
So the doctor suggests the treatment based on a holistic evaluation,
yeah,
not only through just like
yeah,
skin
thank you so much.
rashes.
It's a very nice point. You know, in the real-world diagnosis, the chef complaint is very important. Like you said, we need a history, treatment history of patients. They could help facilitate the diagnosis of patients, right? And to answer your question, we may need to disclose more what we're doing on. And actually, you know, in this version, we only take a single image as the input and without any additional information. And currently, we are gathering more data from hospital, and we will include more, like you said, history of treatment to help us facilitate the diagnosis. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
So we have one last talk for the day. I would like to invite SDAIA colleague Walid Ali to come and give the talk from this morning. And so please, welcome.
Thank you, Dave. How's everyone doing? Very high bar for me to be the last talk before, so I'm literally between you and your dinner. So let's try to keep it exciting for you. Just keep you away from your dinner. So I think we had a very good question last time. Hold your thoughts. So you're asking about the customization of ChatGPT to medical history. Well, we'll come back to you that. So feel free to challenge it with me as well. I like your question, so thank you. So thanks everyone for having me. So we're staying here today for good 8 hours. I flew in the morning from Riyadh, so I missed a couple of talks in the morning, but I could eventually catch up with a lot of conversations. I really enjoyed the discussions, but I would like us to take our discussions kind of elevated a little bit away, get away from what exact model and how the model understanding the images or the medical history and how it ties in to a specific treatment. We're at SDAIA, we're actually looking at what can be done for AI. Generative AI is really the kind of the focal point of a lot of attention nowadays, but it's a natural progression starting from development of neural networks, even analytics and big data before it. So it's a natural progression to where we are today. If you elevate the conversations, we are at the kind of the intersection between mature mindset of understanding what the issues in hand are, the availability of data, and the maturity of the data, the curation, the analysis, the completeness, the thoroughness, the soundness and completeness. All of these are aspects, together with the availability of compute power, you have a lot of potential of what can be achieved. If there is anything I would like you to go home today, after these amazing conversations and talks that you've been attending, it's the power of the possible. What can be done? And what can be done not only for, nothing is wrong with this, not only for writing a research paper, but I really like the haggling, because fundamentally what the last question that was brought out is simply addressing a gap in the healthcare system. And this gap is fundamentally an opportunity. It's an opportunity for innovation, disruption, and also the availability of entrepreneurship. What can be done? What kind of business can be brought up? Where is the gap? How is technology going to be able to deliver on bridging that gap to provide value? So if you really look at the different pieces of the puzzle, there is the innovation. You've been discussing it all day long. You are in one of the best universities in the world, definitely on the national level for sure. But being able to drive that into adoption, industrialization, is really where I would like you to take your thinking to where it goes next. It's great, as I said, to write a paper, but I found it, after I did my PhD, I found it even more fulfilling to go work for Google and Microsoft. And I would actually advise you to explore that potential in yourself. It would help you thinking of the applied research beyond the research. So forgive me, guys, at KAUST, I really appreciate everything is done, but I'm also advocating for more of the industrialization. What can be done to meet the mandate that we're all driving for in the kingdom? Along these different sectors, there are tons of opportunities where fulfilling them has been extremely hard until like about the description, the explosion of innovation and disruptions in generative AI. I heard a couple of questions. I think it was the talk before last. I think the question was coming from here somewhere about the embedding and how it ties to imaging. I think it was you. And fundamentally how the embedding, and I think you're trying to do your dissertation, someone else would do the survey for you, maybe ChatGPT can help you. Not making any assumptions. But hey, I don't blame you. I would try to do the same if I'm doing my PhD nowadays. I can get an easy tool. But let the joke aside, being able to drive a specific representation, the tokenization, the context injection before you go to a large language model, for you to start reproducing imaging that comes within the cosine hyperspace threshold that you've specified for generating new images, and how you can take it to similarity analysis. How can this, what kind of industrial applications? I mean, it's a given that there is a gap in terms of amount of data available for training. Can this help you start reproducing, synthesizing more relevant data for better image analysis? It's an opportunity. And it's something that I think beyond writing the dissertation, I think it's something also worth investigating. But in all of these aspects, what we're trying to drive to is, within the vehicles available to all of you, we're very proud of our relationship with KAUST. We at SDAIA, we're very proud of our relationship with KAUST, and where we're driving for the academic programs and supporting the research labs, but we're also supporting what's called the centers of excellence. We'd like you to start thinking of the medical imaging, healthcare, diabetes. I don't know how many of you are aware that about 50% of blindness caused by diabetics can be completely avoided through the right analysis of medical imaging and early detection that does not even require a very heavy human interaction. You heard of program INAI? It's a public program available in few of the malls in the kingdom, and by which you can avoid a blindness, loss of eyesight by the early detection through the algorithms. Being able to drive such applications into realization would require the availability of data sets. Such availability is always a challenge, but generative AI can help producing that. And when you start thinking of all of these new models and innovations, it's also worth for you to start thinking, if I produce this new disruption, what is the business model? Maybe you're not focused really on what's the meaning of the business model. That's why I'm kind of trying to summarize it very quickly in the coming couple of slides. Fundamentally, there is a delivery of healthcare system, just going along with the example I just gave earlier, a delivery of healthcare system where major players are reliant on a specific imaging device, for example. And where do you fit in this equation? You would fit where you provide value that is not yet covered in that delivery. We had a presentation in the morning. I think Ahmed Suleiman was giving it in the morning, talking about KAUST IT and how they chose ChatGPT to start understanding their own. Literally, as he was talking, it's kind of ringing in my ear. It's almost like KAUST ontology, that he's teaching ChatGPT to learn it, and based on it, it's coming up with relevant questions. That's exactly what we're kind of giving you as an example, a platform, a framework for you to start thinking. All these enterprises, they have their major investments. When Microsoft developed their relationship with OpenAI, it's not simply to have the ChatGPT. I mean, we started seeing the value when it comes to industry as it gets integrated with Power BI and other tools, Office and other tools from Microsoft. But fundamentally, it is bridging the gap that Microsoft is not covering in its product, but its maturity on its own became relevant to Microsoft's product. It's the same model that we're advising you to start thinking of. When you asked about the availability of medical records and how it fits, you're actually describing, if you wouldn't mind me rephrasing it, you're actually describing not really fine-tuning, but really context injection, kind of a light model on top of ChatGPT that would understand the history and would be capable of addressing that, that sits on top of the large language model. It is really a vertical language model that you're describing that will do that. It's an opportunity. Actually, you should patent that quickly before someone takes it from you, but it's simply the implementation is where the patent authority would be to driving it. I'm a proud owner of, I hold 60 patents with the US Patent Office. So if you want to talk about how to do that, I'm happy to chat about it after the call. But keep on going. I just wanted to throw this slide in just to tickle your imagination. As I said, if I wanted to take anything before you go home for your dinner, it's really tough to keep you longer than this. But just take it. The presentation's available. You know how to get a hold of us, myself. I think you have Turkey and Rakan, my colleagues, program managers also at SDAIA. We're very happy to engage with you. We are very proud of our center here. So happy to engage further to help you on your industrialization journey. In these couple of slides, I'm going to give you a quick discussion. It's simply confirming the same theory, the same point that we raised so far, which is for all these major organizations, I keep on coming back to the Microsoft example. Microsoft has built the second largest cloud in the world by volume and revenue. And fundamentally, where their capability is, they have one of the best mean time to failure, mean time to recovery. I'm proud of being a Microsoft alumni. I just left Microsoft less than a month ago to come and join SDAIA myself. And before it, I was at Google. Google is the same thing. It's, again, the third largest player in the cloud space. But they have their strategic objectives. And the strategic objective is simply how to be relevant in the industries that we just flashed in the previous slide. How to become the cloud of choice for the healthcare industry, or for the financial services, or for the manufacturing and maintenance, or oil and gas and sustainable energy. There is a gap, and this gap, fulfillment of this gap, is simply driven not by their own innovation, but by relying on that ecosystem of innovations. OpenAI has been an investment of Microsoft years ago, and look where we are today. We're having all this forum, just one forum. Can you imagine how many in the world are happening at the same time, just to discuss the same points? So I really would like to quickly wrap up before I lose your attention. I appreciate your interest, staying late. I know it has been a very exhaustive day, and would love to take a couple of questions if you have any. If not, we can talk after the conversation as well. You know how to reach me through the presenters and the organizers of the events. Thank you, guys.
Any questions?
Oh, wow, I'm impressed. So I really kept you away from your dinner? Okay.
Actually, it's not specifically about this presentation, but I saw that SDAIA has come up with their own LLM for Arabic.
Can you get the mic up a little bit?
Okay. Actually, it's not about this presentation specifically, but I heard that SDAIA came up with their Arabic LLM called Allam, right? And I was wondering if you can tell us a little bit more about it and how it differs from the regular ChatGPT, because it can do Arabic, it can do actually 40 languages. And how different is it? I noticed one thing, I don't know if do you understand Arabic?
بتكلم عربي الحمد لله.
Yeah, okay. So when I asked ChatGPT to write me a poem in Arabic, it did. But when I asked it to write me a poem based on Bahr and Buhur Shar, it could not. It did not understand what that meant. So does the Arabic LLM do that better?
I think you really nailed it on the head. So I think there are intricates. Look at it, I think the best way to describe it, think of it as a 2x2. One aspect of it is time, the other aspect is content. And the content could be a language detail, and or the intricates of the language. And I think many of us are Arabic language speakers. We're very proud of speaking one of the hardest languages to understand. And to your point about Buhur Shar, Awzan, Qafiyah, it gets even harder with the dialects. I am originally from Egypt, lived in the US since I don't remember. When I go back to Egypt, every couple of years, it's a new country, it's a new taxonomy. Even that kind of evolving journey of a language takes a life of its own. And we are all aware that ChatGPT, as they announced in OpenAI, they stopped training their model at a specific point of time. I'm sure they are building other things as we speak, but what's available in public has stopped that. So this is really the opportunity that Allam, and as a matter of fact, many of the conversations I heard today keep on coming back to Ahmed Suleiman. I think he disappeared. It's all related to that, how to build your own taxonomy, your own knowledge, kind of private encyclopedia, and how to extract the knowledge. You heard a couple of questions about the embeddings and tokenization. For those who don't know that, it's simply how to come up with the best representation, numeric representation, for it to be in a vectorized database to accelerate the search and representation, and how to take that to being viable. So this is really what Allam is about. We're happy to be a part of the journey that many others have been venturing through it, and we're really eager to see how this space would take us in a year or two. I think it's a fastly evolving space. Great question. Thank you. Thanks, everyone. Have a great evening, everyone.
Okay, so thank you all very much for hanging with us with this long day. I'm going to ask Juan and the KAUST Smart team to come up and just summarize what we're going to be doing tomorrow for the ideation session. So I'm going to guess that if you stayed around this long, you're quite keen to play around with ChatGPT that we have available and deployed here on campus at KAUST tomorrow. So you're probably more likely than not to want to come to the ideation session. So there's going to be a bit more information about that, and we'll put the QR code up again and provide another opportunity for signing up for tomorrow. But thank you all very much for sticking with us today.
Thank you, David, and thank you everyone for staying here. First, I'd like to please ask you to give thank you, David, for organizing this event. I think it has been fantastic. A lot of new knowledge and information being shared. So please join me giving a big round of applause to all the people who organized today's session. Thank you. Then, while I was sitting here, I was trying to listen to all the talks, right? And I was able to summarize a few of the topics that were mentioned today, right? The first one is that this journey started over 60 years ago. I mean, that's what Larry was saying early today in the morning for those of you who were not here. People might think that this started 6 months ago, but definitely has been ongoing for a long time. And what is also interesting, something that paid my attention, is that he said that what is happening today was unthinkable 1 year ago. So if anyone was saying that today they were going to be able to use ChatGPT the way that we're doing it, people will be saying like, no, you're lying, you're crazy, this is not even close to be ready to be doing that, right? We also saw, some use cases. So KAUST Smart, the team, I don't know if you guys saw the marketing example, the use case that was put, and also Ed was presenting and showing how the use cases are being done at the university level, right? So very interesting talks and very interesting demos that were shown. One thing that was really interesting was when InfoSec team came, they said that, of course, nothing comes for free, right? So there is a lot of challenges that are going to be coming through also by having ChatGPT to be part. So it brings a lot of new attack vectors that are going to be exploited. So it's very important that we're careful on how to use it. And that tied together with the need to have a governance, a complete and good governance to be able to support us and to ensure that we're safe. They were talking about the CEO of OpenAI on his trip to Abu Dhabi, how he mentioned the need to be treating this in the same way how our nuke weapons are being treated, right, by the UN. Very important, I mean, and I really enjoyed the talk from Jason as well, where he mentioned about the need not to fight ChatGPT, but to leverage it to help us to be better or doing our job, right? So that was another of key highlights that I got from today. We also saw the demo from Ahmed Suleiman. He was telling us about the environment, which tomorrow is going to be key, and that's what we're going to be looking for to do with you tomorrow. So tomorrow, we're going to be giving access to everyone that comes, and they can do hands-on. I mean, and we're going to be looking at how we can generate all those use cases, right? Last but not least, I saw the talk from Microsoft. They spoke about the shared responsibility model, which is key, right? It's a part of that governance and the privacy that has to be considered. So for tomorrow, as I was saying, this is the QR code. Please scan it and sign up if you haven't done it. I mean, you will receive the email with the confirmation. In any case, we're open to a lot of people to attend. I mean, we have a limited capacity, so it's going to be first come, first serve at the end. But as I said, hands-on experience on ChatGPT, the KAUST environment. So we're looking to do both. I mean, the open and the KAUST environment. We're looking to ideate with you, to explore all the ideas that you guys might have, the roles that can be created, and how do you think the task that ChatGPT could perform for you at doing your job, or any idea that you might have, right? And finally, what we're looking for is to understand what use cases we can implement here at KAUST. Ideally, if we can use any practical use case that is cutting across multiple organizations, the better, right? So we help to to cross the silos from KAUST. So tomorrow, we're going to be starting at 9 o'clock, so looking forward to see that energy coming together to get some nice use cases. Thank you very much. I'm Dave, done? Thank you. I'll see you tomorrow. Thank you so much. I'm sorry? Excellent. So you will receive an email. I mean, in a matter of half an hour or so, you're going to receive the email. All right? Yes. So did you scan the QR code? OK. So you will receive the email because the team is going to send it in a few minutes. Well, as we said this morning, we have an overwhelming number of people, so it's going to be basically the first people who sign up, we're going to be including in the. I didn't hear that.
OK.
Yeah.
So here's the situation is we'll have the ideation session in the lobby. OK? If you're really keen to participate, show up at 9 o'clock tomorrow. And